Before we begin today, I would like to order. We will now begin the daily routine with presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition entitled Petition Safe, Affordable and Accessible Housing. The operative clause reading, people in Cape Breton are struggling to find safe, affordable and accessible housing to rent. Seniors, families with children and individuals living alone are finding it increasingly difficult to get into housing due to the long wait lists and lack of physical housing infrastructure. We, the undersigned, as residents of Cape Breton, respectfully request the Nova Scotia Government, through the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, act as quickly to build new rental geared to income housing that is safe, affordable and accessible. We further request the government adopt a right of first refusal to buy affordable units when they come onto the market to ensure that they stay affordable. This includes working with nonprofits. And there are 297 signatures, and I have affixed mine as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition from residents of Nova Scotia, the operative clause of which reads, therefore, we, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Premier to pause all harvesting and road building activities in forests over 80 years old on Crown land in Kings County until such time as 20% of Nova Scotia's lands have been permanently protected. There's approximately 1,000 signatures, and I've affixed my signature to the petition as per the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as Chair of the Law Amendments Committee, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 320, an act to amend Chapter 9 of the Acts of 2019, the Tourist Accommodation Registration Act. Bill number 321, Console Socio-Acadian Provincial Act. Bill number 322, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2020, the Opioid Damage and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. Bill number 323, an act to provide common legislative founded for regulated health professionals. Bill number 327, an act to amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act. Bill number 329, an act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008 of the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, and Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in Halifax Regional Municipality Act. The committee recommends these bills to be favorable consideration of the House without amendment.
Order that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to table a document in consideration of something that will be cited in a member's statement later. It is a press release from the Atlantic Publishers Association called Atlantic Book Awards, announces 6 winners and presents 2023 Atlantic Legacy Award. Thank you.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I read my ministerial statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honored to introduce guests from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community who are sitting in the East Gallery today. With us today is Connor McKeegan, Treasurer of Halifax Pride Executive Board and Business Development Manager at the Canadian 2S LGBTQIA+ Chamber of Commerce, Cynthia Sweeney, PFLAG Chapter Lead and owner of Simply Good Forum, Kate McDonald, founder of the Magic Project, Youth Project Facilitator, Halifax Pride Board Member, Carmel Farhabish, Executive Director of the Youth Project Halifax Pride Board Executive, Hayden O'Malley, Youth Project Employee, Halifax Pride Board Executive, Mark Boudreau, member of the PC Party Diverse Communities Committee and community volunteer, and Emma Martin, 2S LGBTQ+ IA+ advocate. And I ask them all to rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Statements by ministers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to deliver a statement on behalf of the Premier. Our government stands with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. There is no place for systemic racism, hate, and inequity in our province, in Canada, or the world. We support you. We're here for you. We are your allies. I know my friends in the opposition parties share this belief, and I am eager to hear their remarks. Madam Speaker, the Premier's message during the election campaign 2 years ago is even more important now when dangerous and harmful protests targeting the 2S LGBTQIA+ community are rising across the country. He said, no matter who you are, who you love, or how you identify, Nova Scotians deserve to live without fear and intimidation. That is non-negotiable. But our support, Madam Speaker, goes beyond that. In July, our government unveiled the Equity and Anti-Racism Strategy, the first of its kind in Canada. Its goal is to ensure a whole government approach in addressing systemic hate, inequity, and racism. The strategy details actions to ensure that work reaches all regions, communities, and people of our province. Through the strategy, we will develop the first Nova Scotian action plan dedicated to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. The plan will work to meet community needs and address hate and discrimination based on gender, identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. The Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives will work with the community over the next years to create the plan. Another important part of the Equity and Anti-Racism Strategy is the Health Equity Framework, another Canadian first. It contains actions to make Nova Scotia's health system more appropriate, effective, and free from barriers and discrimination. Our government has also made strides in areas of gender-affirming care. For example, the number of applications for gender-affirming surgeries has steadily increased since 2014. Back then, 41 applications were approved. This year, 343 applications have been approved. In fact, the 2023-24 budget includes an increase of $1.7 million in funding, which will allow up to 380 people to receive surgery. In partnership with post-secondary institutions, we are creating mandatory courses on the 2S LGBTQIA+ and trans care in curriculum for all healthcare providers. Madam Speaker, the history of Canadian 2S LGBTQIA+ activism is strong, and the resilience is indestructible. The community has fought time and time again for their freedom, their safety, and their existence in what we now call Canada. This shouldn't have to happen. But here we are today condemning the dangerous anti-trans protests that took place across the country in September, including here in Halifax. Today we are condemning any forms of hate, may they be flagrant public displays of discrimination or hate that quietly progresses in everyday life. Madam Speaker, we have come a long way, but there's still a long way to go. Today, I am proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with my colleagues in the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party, united against hate and unwavering support for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I do want to thank the Minister for her very important remarks in this House and for sharing a copy of those in advance. Madam Speaker, I do want to also rise today to show our party's continued commitment to the rights and freedoms of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community here in Nova Scotia and beyond our borders. Everyone deserves to be able to live and love without fear of discrimination and hate. And while we celebrate the incredible gains that we have made over the last decades, We do have to recognize that, unfortunately, we have seen a number of disturbing events happen across the globe and here at home in recent months, showing pushback against the strides that this community and our society has made. But more importantly, we've seen so many communities come together to create safe spaces for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. These events celebrate the pride of these folks, but also have become a platform for important discussions of how we can stand up against the forms of hate and discrimination that often targets this community. And dialogue is really needed here. People do need to come out of their trenches on this issue. We have to lead this conversation and points of contact with each other with our hearts and with compassion, because too much is at stake. And we know that it's going to be our most vulnerable youth that are impacted the most and in a very consequential way as a result of the pushback against the great strides that we have made. So more of this work, Madam Speaker, needs to continue. And as elected officials, we have the opportunity to use our voices as a vehicle for continued change in our society. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise today in solidarity with my colleagues in the legislature to show our support and commitment to creating a better Nova Scotia for a 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and in so doing, for all Nova Scotia. Thank you so much.
Just before we can continue, I want to remind those in the gallery that due to the rules, we are not allowed to clap. I know there's so much to cheer for and be thankful for, but I do have to follow the rules, so I ask that you not clap. Thank you. I now recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to rise today and speak to this critical issue on behalf of the Nova Scotia NDP caucus. Now is the time to stand up and say that we stand for belonging and inclusion and safety, and that we do not stand for hate. 2S LGBTQI+ young people and their rights are being tossed around by people seeking to spread hate and create social turmoil. There is a tidal wave of disinformation and hate about how trans and queer young people are being supported in our schools and in our communities. Put yourself in the shoes of a young trans person. They may not be safe at home. They may not also be safe at school, with peers, or in classrooms. They don't see themselves reflected in the curriculum. Honestly, simply going to the bathroom can be terrifying. Young queer and trans folks know that how and where they go to the bathroom is taking up an inordinate amount of time in public dialogue. They fear confrontation, of being accused of being in the wrong place, of being in the wrong bathroom with ill intent. And walking down the street, and I can tell you, I can guarantee this, I hear stories every day, walking down the street, going to the store, going to work, and facing daily harassment. These young people carry an enormous weight on them to counter misinformation and hatred when they themselves are in a developmental stage where they should be free to explore the world without judgment and fear. At worst, these young people who don't feel safe, and frankly aren't actually safe, experience much higher rates of suicide, challenges in school and in employment, and in securing safe housing. And so, with all of this happening in our world, I want 2S LGBTQI+ young people to see us here today, all of us, standing up for them, telling them that they belong in Nova Scotia, and then showing them by our actions. Let's show them by showing up in the community, whether at a pride celebration or a counter protest this weekend. Let's show them by respectful and equitable governance designed to protect and support all Nova Scotians. Let's show them by the laws and policies we make and we pass, and show them by the money we allocate to make good the intentions we have for queer and trans young people. Show them they are included in our histories that we tell, the stories that we tell, and what we teach. Show them that we recognize all different kinds of families and that we celebrate these diverse histories and the accomplishment of queer folks. Let's show 2S LGBTQI+ young people their place in the skills, training, retention, and economic development programs we run. Let them see us show with pride our 2S LGBTQI+ communities to the world by supporting queer small business and tourism. And let's show 2S LGBTQI+ youth that their health matters by immediately acknowledging that gender-affirming care is health care and following the evidence and the experts to implement WPATH Standards of Care 8. Let them know every day that we respect and celebrate the history of their communities, that we will do today and every day what we can to make their present better and safer, and that their future, their safe, respected, joyful future is here in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
We will now move on to government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I read my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Go. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great honor that I introduce special guest who is sitting in the gallery today. With us is Shelley Gray, winner of the 2023 Nova Scotia Council of the Federation Literacy Award, an award that acknowledges the importance of literacy and celebrates Canadians who have achieved excellence in literacy. In fact, this year marks the 19th year for presenting the awards across Canada. Ms. Gray is a dedicated single mother and an inspiration to her community. She decided to fulfill her dream in going back to school to set a positive example for her daughters. Shelley is working with the dedicated staff at the Valley Community Learning Association to earn her GED and is currently working with the Community Living Alternative Society, supporting people with intellectual disabilities in the community. Her commitment to family, community, and learning is an inspiration. I ask Shelley to now rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
The notice of motion is tabled. Or would you like to go ahead? Okay, on another, go ahead. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Canadian premiers and territorial leaders have recognized the importance of learning by presenting an annual award in each province and territory to an adult learner who demonstrates outstanding achievements in literacy and makes a significant contribution to their school, workplace, or community. And whereas the Government of Nova Scotia is committed to empowering Nova Scotians through literacy and creating opportunities for lifelong learning through the Nova Scotia School of Adult Learning's tuition-free programming. And whereas Shelley Gray from Annapolis Valley is a dedicated role model for her daughters and her community, and her journey is an inspiration to all adult learners. Therefore, it be resolved that all members of the legislature join me in congratulating Shelley Gray, this year's recipient of the Nova Scotia Council of the Federation Literacy Award, on her continued success and wish her all the best in the future. Shelley's strength, resilience, and dedication to improving her literacy deserves to be recognized. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas this week is Small Business Week 2023 and serves as an opportunity to recognize and honor small business owners across Nova Scotia and the significant contributions they make to our province. And whereas small businesses are the cornerstone of any successful economy, creating jobs, powering innovation, and fueling prosperity. And whereas time and time again, small businesses have demonstrated their resilience, dedication, and generosity to the customers and communities they serve. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize Small Business Week, and whenever and however we can, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting local in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded? The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Municipal Contributions and Grants.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Municipal Contributions and Grants.
Bill 340, an act respecting municipal contributions and grants.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Income Tax Act, to expand the Skilled Occupations Tax Refund.
The Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, to expand the Skilled Occupations Tax Refund.
Bill 341, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, to expand the Skilled Occupations Tax Refund.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Universal School Food Program.
The Honourable Leader for the NDP begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Universal School Food Program.
Bill 342, an act to establish a universal school food program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Provincial School Lunch Program.
Oh, that's my fifth. That's my fifth.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Provincial School Lunch Program.
Bill 343, an act to establish a provincial school lunch program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a 2S LGBTQI+ Bill of Rights.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights.
Bill 344, an act to establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Temberley's Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reduce Power Rates for Working Families.
The honourable member for Temberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reduce Power Bills for Working Families.
Bill 345, an act to reduce power bills for working families.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the honourable member for Dartmouth South, the leader of the NDP, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Utilities Act, to reduce or waive water rates for non-profit affordable housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill on behalf of the leader of the NDP on a bill, an act to amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Utilities Act, to reduce or waive water rates for non-profit affordable housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality.
Bill 346, an act to amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Utilities Act, to reduce or waive water rates for non-profit affordable housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act, to remove hunting and fishing licensing fees for veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act.
Bill 347, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the night of July 21st into July 22nd, 2023, our community faced a tragic flood event. The shock of this disaster is still very deep, leaving behind not just a changed landscape, but aching hearts as well. The unimaginable loss endured by the families and the friends of the four who were taken from us on this awful night, Colton Cisco, age 6, Natalie Harnish, age 6, Terry Linketti, age 14, and Nicholas Nick Holland, age 52, are etched in our collective memories. Madam Speaker, these lost souls who were taken far too soon will be forever part of our community and will never be forgotten. We can rebuild and replace so much, but we can never bring back those we have lost. As we mourn together as a community and try to move forward, I ask that members please keep these families and friends in your thoughts, sending them strength, courage, and love. Madam Speaker, I ask that we could have a moment of silence.
Of course. We will now stand for a moment of silence. Please be seated. I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, may I make an introduction before my member statement, please?
Yes, you may.
I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery. We were joined by Tyler Long and his mother, Joanne, who've joined us here today. Please accept the warm welcome of the House. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an exceptional young man from Eastern Passage, Tyler Long. Tyler is the Assistant Equipment Manager for the Halifax Mooseheads. Tyler's involvement is largely attributed to Chris McDonald, who laid the groundwork for Tyler in joining the team. Throughout his employment, Tyler's responsibilities have grown thanks to the mentorship of other Moosehead staff. Tyler has Down syndrome, and through his work, he is inspiring other Nova Scotians with Down syndrome and other intellectual challenges to do better and to achieve more. He is a shining example of what can be accomplished when we don't set limits on ourselves and when we support each other in our community. The Mooseheads community has welcomed Tyler with open arms and has supported him and have helped him fulfill his integral role on the team. Tyler is very much respected by the players, some of whom refer to him as their big brother. And I know that Tyler wouldn't be where he is if it wasn't the support of his wonderful mother and family. I'd like to ask this House to join me in celebrating Tyler Long and all of his accomplishments, current and future.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, you may.
Before I read my member's statement, I would like to draw the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by Olympian Katie Vincent, who I will be celebrating in this statement, and I ask all members to give her the warm welcome of the House. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the hard work and accomplishments of a very fair and noble sportswoman, Katie Vincent. Katie put her name in the history books at Tokyo 2020, where she was a bronze medalist in the first Olympic Games to include women's canoe events. Katie's sport has changed a lot in her lifetime. In the early days, she often used men's-sized boats and paddles when women's canoeing was new and their equipment was not available. But fast forward to today, and she has won 9 gold medals in various world championships, 3 of them in my riding on beautiful Lake Bannock at the Canoe 22 World Championships last summer. This year, she bounced back from a broken arm to win 4 medals at the World Championships in Duisburg, Germany. Katie is a decorated world champion in her sport and a trailblazer for women in canoeing. And I ask all members of this House to wish Katie the very best of luck at her next destinations, the Pan Am Games in Santiago, Chile later this year, and Paris 2024 Olympics next year.
The Honourable Member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Eastern Shore has always been welcoming of new residents, and over the last number of years, members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community have found this to be the case. This summer, the CBC even ran an article entitled, "How One Corner of Nova Scotia's Eastern Shore Became an Unlikely LGBTQ Haven." Members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community have opened new, much-needed businesses on the Eastern Shore, providing services and economic growth across our region. The Eastern Shore Pride Festival in Musquodoboit Harbour features more than a week of fun activities. From the Pride Parade to a variety show to a dinner and art auction, there is something for everyone. The Musquodoboit Harbour Farmers Market even has a Pride Market with 2S LGBTQIA+ vendors. The festival started 3 years ago after co-chairs Brenda Hattie and Wayne Collette agreed that the time was right. Each year, the event has grown more successful than the last, thanks to the fantastic volunteers. Madam Speaker, I ask members of this House to congratulate Brenda, Wayne, and the volunteers for bringing the Pride Festival to the Eastern Shore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a friend and community hero, Megan Bragg of Westville, who left us far too soon after a courageous battle with cancer. Megan was elected as a councillor for the town of Westville at the age of 35. She was everything a politician should be: kind, compassionate, fierce in her advocacy, and committed to making her community a more equitable place. Given she was deputy mayor in her first term, it's very likely her career in politics would have escalated quickly, Madam Speaker. Perhaps she would have followed in the footsteps of her father, the late Ross Bragg, who was a beloved member of this legislature and cabinet minister. At least that's what my hopes were of her anyway. Megan's intelligence, sense of humor, and compassion for others, particularly for animals, lives on in her wonderful daughter, Arlie. I know she will accomplish great things just like her mother did. Megan's strength lives on, and I want to recognize her mother, Kathy, stepfather, Dave, sister, Courtney, and brothers, Peter and Josh, her niece and nephew and extended family, and many loving friends and colleagues. And Megan's legacy will live on through Megan's Place, an accessible playground in Westville, something she dreamed of for her community. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I ask that we take a moment of silence to honor Megan Bragg and her contributions to her community and our province. Thank you.
Please stand for a moment of silence. Please be seated. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize a leader and trailblazer in the African Nova Scotian community, specifically the North Preston community, Reverend Wallace Smith Sr., who went home to be with his Lord at the age of 82 in October. Reverend Wallace accepted Jesus Christ as his personal Lord and Savior at the age of 14. His relationship with God and his relationship with music were intertwined throughout the duration of his life. From the early 60s until his retirement, music remained a defining part of Reverend Smith's life. In the mid-70s, he was led by God to form the Gospel Heirs, who remained one of Nova Scotia's and Canada's most beloved gospel groups until the retirement in 2003 after nearly 30 years. Following his departure from the Gospel Heirs, he became the lead singer of the Sanctified Brothers, and I've had the privilege to share the stage with Reverend Wallace many times, and I'm always blessed when I hear his voice and the voices of the musical talent of the Smith family. They are blessed beyond measure, truly a treasure to the African Nova Scotian community. He was known for his outstanding renditions of Jesus Loves Me, Your Grace and Mercy, and I'm on a Mission for the King. I'd like all members of this House to join me in celebrating the life and legacy of Reverend Wallace Smith Sr.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Before I do my member statement, Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make a few introductions.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. First, I'd like to do a shout out to the students here at Forest Heights. Please accept the warm welcome of the House. There you are. My second introduction, and as I state your name, please stand. The heroes of the 333, I so lovingly call them. It's the St. Margaret's Bay Legion ladies. It's Tamley Hubley. There you go. Reggie Publicover, Brenda Morash, Dawn Burgoyne, Lynn McLaren. So please accept the warm welcomes of this House. Please stand. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the St. Margaret's Bay Legion, Branch 116, for their outstanding service to our community. As an example, this organization opened their doors to those families displaced by the devastating wildfires of this spring. The zone from the head of St. Margaret's Bay was particularly hit hard by these fires. Many residents of this area had to abandon their homes on short notice in the face of the mounting danger. By opening their doors, families were able to take shelter, get clothing, get food at the Seabright Legion. This was despite some of the volunteers providing assistance being similarly affected by the potential hazards of their own homes, jobs, and families. Everyone was worried at this time. The Legion also housed members of Team Rubicon as they participated in the response and recovery of the disaster. I'm running out of time. To this day, the Legion members are still helping out wherever they can by giving items, gift certificates, you name it. Madam Speaker, on behalf of all the communities of Chester St. Margaret, I want to honor them.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour. Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This past Sunday, October 15th, was Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. I spent the day at the Halifax Walk to Remember on their first walk since the pandemic. The Walk to Remember was created 15 years ago by Tina Thibault after the loss of her daughter, Micheline. The walk provides a way to honor babies gone too soon as a result of miscarriage, stillbirth, SIDS, or any other form of pregnancy or infant loss. As the members of the House know, my family is closely connected to this cause as my granddaughter, Ruby, was stillborn in November of 2020. This time of year is always challenging, but the support that groups like Halifax Walk to Remember provide are invaluable. On Sunday, we took the steps that our beloved babies cannot. It has been almost a year since the House passed Ruby's Law. The changes to the bereavement legislation was much needed, and I thank Minister Balser for her support. I'd also like to acknowledge that Province House is illuminated in pink and blue this week in honor of Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise again to recognize Reverend Wallace Smith Sr. Reverend Wallace was the first ordained pastor from his community who had the opportunity to serve in his home church, and the first individual from North Preston to serve as a moderator under the AUBA. During his time at St. Thomas, he was known as the people's pastor. He loved his community and organized many church family and community events. Under his pastorship, the church grew spiritually and physically. Many souls were won and lives changed. Through his charismatic approach, he was able to pull people from their comfort zones, compelling them to assume significant roles within the church. Reverend Smith retired in 2022 after 21 plus years of service. The relationship between Reverend Wallace and his family was immeasurable. He was a devoted and loving husband. You would never see him without his best friend, Miss Frances, whom he often referred to as his queen. He adored his children and grandchildren, and he lived a life of service. My heart is with the Smith family as they mourn their life, and I'm so grateful for the life and legacy of Reverend Wallace Smith Sr. Rest in power, my pastor.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate a St. FX graduate, Lauren Sobot, who is making a difference to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in Nova Scotia. Lauren was awarded the Pathy Foundation Fellowship and founded the Proud Pairs Mentorship Program. Lauren describes the program in this way. The program establishes one-on-one mentorship between LGBTQ adults and LGBTQ youth and young adults in Nova Scotia. The goal of the project is to provide LGBTQ youth with social support, create avenues for knowledge and experience sharing, and I end quote. Proud Pairs builds relationships that foster connectedness and belonging. Lauren is not only the founder, but also the program coordinator and currently attending medical school at University of Toronto. I ask all members of the legislature to congratulate and thank Lauren for this incredible project. I would also like to wish Lauren every success in the pursuit of becoming a physician. Thank you.
I now recognize the honourable member attending virtually today from Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize and thank the administrative staff at École Rockingham School for going above and beyond their work expectations in protecting the students of Rockingham School. Due to the population growth in Clayton Park West, the school has been experiencing overcrowding issues. The school has little to no parking for parents to drop off their children safely. There is no sidewalk on the school side of Tremont Drive. Therefore, hundreds of children have to walk down the middle of the road surrounded by cars every morning and afternoon. To help address these concerns, each morning, the principal, Patricia Leger, and vice principal, Sarah Parker, stand on sidewalk across from the school to aid children out of their parents' vehicles and guide them to the crosswalk to safely make their way to school each day. And they actually do that, rain or shine. Would the House please join me in thanking Principal and Vice Principal, Principal Patricia and Vice Principal Sarah for all their dedication in protecting and saving children's lives at Ecole Rockingham School. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We lost a social justice warrior and friend, Madeline, small m, Yakmachuk, in June. Before their death, Madeline was working on a documentary about the history of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in Cape Breton. Madeline was a founding member of the Elderwise Cape Breton, a group of older generations of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Madeline was a friend and a comrade, a force of nature, who spoke their minds, challenged your thinking. The August Cape Breton Pride Parade was an emotional day for many of us who knew Madeline, as they were honored as the Grand Marshal for the parade. It was a beautiful sight to see their family, friends, and pioneers like Peter Steele carrying posters of Madeline honoring them and the queer elders in Cape Breton. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please.
I rise to introduce, very pleased to introduce Shauna Young of VCLA and Shelley Gray, who I will say a few things more about, residents of Kentville. So thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Kentville resident Shelley Gray, the 2023 recipient of the Nova Scotia Council of Federation Literacy Award. The Council of Federation Literacy Award, established in 2004, presents 13 awards annually to adult learners in Canada who demonstrate outstanding achievements in literacy and make a significant contribution to their school, workplace, or community. As a single mother working in a seasonal production industry, Ms. Gray returned to school and changed her life through education, determination, and hard work. She is now engaged in full-time employment supporting people with intellectual disabilities and assisting them to live within their communities. Please join me today to congratulate Shelley Gray as the recipient of the 2023 Nova Scotia Council of Federation Literacy Awards. She is truly a positive example for family, co-workers, and communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to convey our caucus's absolute support for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in the face of hateful protests. Madam Speaker, the 2S LGBTQIA+ community just wants the freedom to be who they are. They don't tell other people who to be, how to dress, who to love. They just want the freedoms that all Canadians want. But there are some Canadians who want to deny them that, who are protesting them. At a recent protest here in Halifax, there were people there peddling hate. There were scared people there too who've been influenced by those peddling hate. I went there, along with some of my colleagues from the legislature, to support the counter-protest. People from the 2S LGBTQ community, their supporters, religious leaders, and politicians. Make no mistake, this is a way for people with anti-LGBTQ views to rile up people, and the truth is support for young people transitioning saves lives.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. I beg leave to make a quick introduction in respect of my member statement.
Please do.
We are joined today by members, only just a few of the 51 members of the Citadel High GSA and a couple of school staff from Citadel. I think they're behind me up here. So as I say their names, they can pop up and let us know they're here. Kai, Coma, Max, Luca, Nick, and Aaron and Greg. So thank you so much for joining us. Madam Speaker, in a time when the rights of 2S LGBTQI+ young people and students are under an increasing amount of scrutiny, we are seeing students from all over standing up for their rights and equity for their friends, family, and peers. Kai Redder and the Citadel GSA are no exception. Kai and their peers noticed in the past year that Citadel High students have limited access to gender nonspecific washrooms, which results in students lining up and missing class time or forgoing a washroom visit altogether in order to use a space where they feel safe. Since then, Kai and the GSA have been working hard to ensure that the school leadership and people like their MLA are aware and have been coming up with their own ideas to get the funds required to perform upgrades to existing washrooms. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in recognizing Kai Redder's efforts to make Citadel High School a safer place for all and resolve to do the same in their constituencies. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a dedicated community member from the Amherst area, Mr. Paul Calder. A retired RCMP officer, he's involved in too many community groups to even begin to list, but I do want to draw attention to the part of his service with the RCMP that I'm sure he never expected or dreamed would become part of his work history. Following the tragic Swiss Air disaster in 1998, 25 years ago, Paul was assigned to work at CFB Shearwater as part of the recovery efforts. He covered the temporary morgue at Shearwater, was at Peggy's Cove on several occasions, and as a critical incident debriefer, stress debriefer, he worked with families and Swiss Air employees to help them deal with the profound loss. Knowing Paul's calm and reassuring ways, I'm certain he was a great support to those experiencing unimaginable grief. And as Paul said, it's not a time he will ever forget. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Paul Calder and the countless others who 25 years ago demonstrated to the world what Nova Scotians are truly made of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, Glace Bay is a small town which presents certain challenges, but one thing we do not struggle with is a willingness to stand up for others. On this Small Business Week, I'd like to honor the bargain shop on Commercial Street, a fairly typical business at first glance, but if you watch long enough, you'll soon realize that something special is going on here. This business is just as concerned about supporting the community as it is about a healthy marketplace. The bargain shop is supportive of fundraising events all year long, but Christmas is when they go above and beyond. For example, during last Christmas, the bargain shop hosted a toy drive for the Jade Forward movement. This group often partners with the Christian Crew Society, and together they make sure that tens of thousands of toys are wrapped and delivered to underserved children all over Cape Breton. Madam Speaker, businesses need communities, and communities need business. This is a relationship clearly understood in Glace Bay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Temberley Prospect, for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After this, I'd ask for a moment of silence. Madam Speaker, my community, actually Nova Scotia, lost a very special person this week, James Joseph Red Glazebrook. Red was a teacher, a hockey coach, a volunteer, a Nova Scotia leader, but most importantly, a father and a grandfather. Red helped so many, inspired so many, and asked for nothing in return. He did it because he loved people. He loved this province, and he had it in his heart and soul. Sharon, Jacob, and Jared, know your husband and father was loved by so many. We grieve with you. Rest in peace to a legendary figure, Red James Joseph Glazebrook.
We'll stand for a moment of silence, please. All right, now we will begin orders of the day with members asking oral questions to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will recognize the official leader of the opposition, and question period will conclude at 2:50. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 2 years ago in this House, the Premier was taken aback when a member of his staff made a racist remark about a former member of the legislature. He also said there was a zero-tolerance policy for any type of inappropriate behavior, Madam Speaker, and I'll table that. In which case, that staff person was fired. I would like to ask the Deputy Premier if this policy of zero tolerance for racist and inappropriate comments remains in place today.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I know in that situation, in that matter, action was taken swiftly. And I know the Premier was involved in that in terms of taking the action. And there's no question. In fact, our caucus, as I'm sure other caucuses have had training from organizations to help ensure that people are aware of things like unconscious bias. So it's something that we as a government take seriously, and we are always looking for ways that we can improve for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly all caucuses hopefully take that inclusive education training, and hopefully that impacts our behavior and the behavior of our staff. But after the by-election in Preston, we had another Conservative staff, with a special advisor to the Minister of Economic Development, who retweeted a tweet that said that the Premier's government will be a 1,000-year Reich. The staffer removed the tweet and did apologize, but I'd like to ask the Minister of Economic Development why the special advisor was able to circumvent the zero tolerance policy.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, as I recall, this was also something that was raised publicly at the time. The person who made the comment on social media did retract it and did apologize for it and acknowledge that making it was inappropriate and hurtful. I think that's what we have to expect, that people apologize sincerely and that they mean it, Madam Speaker, but we also need to be open to forgiving people if they make a mistake and if they're sincere in resolving themselves to do better. Because if we can't forgive in our society, how can we ever expect our society to move forward?
The Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
And Madam Speaker, yesterday a third Conservative staffer, the special advisor of the Minister of Immigration, no less, made a horrifically anti-Semitic statement, which I'll table. And it read that Israel must stop being the Nazis of the 21st century. Madam Speaker, this is unacceptable for any person to tweet, but is especially shameful coming from the special advisor to the Minister of Immigration. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister of Immigration, will she follow the Premier's zero tolerance policy on this issue and take action against that staff person?
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, this is something I heard about today myself, and I understand this is being investigated. The post was taken down, and I understand there's also some question as to who actually put it up, even though that it was up under that individual's name. So I have to say for today, I want more details, and on behalf of the Premier, we want to see more details. We want to investigate what actually happened. Certainly if somebody put that up, Madam Speaker, it needs to be dealt with. But because this is new to me today, I cannot offer more than that, other than that there's a sincere interest in investigating that and getting to the bottom of what happened and taking corrective action.
I recognize the Leader of the NDP party.
Madam Speaker, we are in a housing crisis here in HRM and across the province. And while the Premier has been focusing on picking fights with other orders of government and freezing development fees, he has done precious little to address the shortage of affordable housing across this province. In fact, we've heard from experts that this government's actions are likely to make it harder to build affordable housing in HRM. My question for the Premier is, we are going to need over 30,000 affordable units in the next 6 years. How are we going to get there?
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, we took action as soon as we were elected. In fact, I remember 3 weeks after being sworn in, meeting and doing what the opposition has criticized us for doing, that being approving additional appropriations to the budget. And what was one of the more significant ones that we approved? It was for housing. Madam Speaker, millions of dollars for housing. We cannot, unfortunately, build this housing overnight, but we did not wait, Madam Speaker. We took action. We approved millions of dollars 3 weeks after being sworn in as a new government, And a lot of those investments, we hope, are starting to prove fruitful for people who need them. And I can provide all kinds of other examples. This is something that we've taken very serious, and we've responded as soon as we took government.
The Leader of the NDP on her first supplement.
Madam Speaker, the Premier says that the solution to the housing crisis is to build more housing, but instead of making it easier to build affordable housing, he is making it harder. Instead of working with partners, he is steamrolling them, and instead of what nonprofit housing providers have asked for, fast access to capital and financing to build truly affordable housing, he is spending millions of appropriated dollars. He's funneling them to private developers with unclear results. And so my question is, why is the Premier making it harder to build desperately needed affordable housing in Halifax?
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I reject the premise of the question. And I will say that there are all kinds of factors at play here. The government, I believe we've done our part in putting money out there for private developers, but not just for private developers. We've also been open to co-op housing, nonprofits, and even more recently, the government has announced for the first time since I understand about 1995, an investment in government-owned new housing. And that's in addition to, as I recall, it was $15 million in the last budget for fixing up existing government-owned affordable housing. So, Madam Speaker, I reject the premise of the question, and I will say that we have been focused on this, and from as soon as we were elected.
The Honourable Leader for the NDP on their final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the government loves to talk about the 200 units that will eventually get built in the face of the need for 30,000. The experts have been clear. Labor shortages, supply chain issues, high interest rates, these are the stumbling blocks to faster development in HRM. They've also been clear that the government's approach to expediting high-end development will shift the financial burden from the private sector directly onto the backs of Nova Scotians. Our taxes will go up, housing prices will continue to climb, and affordable housing will continue to be out of reach. We have seen no proof from the Premier that anything he's doing for private developers is going to make an impact for real people who need housing. There's no plan, no timeline, no deliverables for affordable housing for tens of thousands of Nova Scotians who need it. Who is the Premier trying to help?
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, we can agree that, and the member just mentioned, the three of the most significant issues to increasing the supply of housing in the province are labor shortages, high interest rates, and supply chain issues. But I can tell you, on a positive note, that we've seen at the Department of Finance that many of the supply chain issues are starting to resolve themselves. So that will be helpful. In terms of labor shortages, no question. But a lot of those issues, Madam Speaker, are outside of the control of the government. We are trying to bring people to the province. We have the more opportunities for skilled trades, Madam Speaker, who despite questions last week, we believe that program is certainly working for those who are taking advantage of it. And I will also say, in terms of responding to the cost of higher interest rates, we've partnered with the federal government to remove the HST off rental housing.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Less than 1 hour ago, the Minister of Immigration stated in this House on behalf of the Premier that there is no place for systemic racism, hate, or inequality in our province. We know that the government has drawn the line when it comes to racism directed towards an African Nova Scotian member of this chamber, but they have not drawn the line when it comes to anti-Semitism, with statements that were made by the Minister of Immigration staff. My question to the Immigration Minister, why is it acceptable for a member of her staff to issue these anti-Semitic statements?
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, it's not acceptable for anybody to make statements like that were made. We live in a world where we all have a role to play, including the member who's asking the question here today, to ensure that it's addressed. We want to investigate it. As I said earlier, this is a very recent issue. Before we start making statements in the House here about it, we want to investigate to learn more about what actually happened and who was responsible. On the surface, no question, it looks like somebody who works for government has made the statement. but we want to make sure that that is the case before I start making comments on behalf of the government here in this chamber on it.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I mean, it seems pretty clear that it is exactly what happened. The special advisor to the Minister of Immigration made a tweet yesterday afternoon before 4:30 p.m. It was removed almost instantly. Seems very unusual, given this would be a very calculated hack if it were to be one. Why was the tweet removed before the apology not issued until this morning at 8:45 a.m.? And if I look at the apology given, it's not much of an apology. The apology is, I apologize if anyone was offended. Clearly, people are going to be offended by an anti-Semitic statement toward one of our key allies. My question to the Deputy Premier or the Minister, will they please apologize in this House on behalf of that staff person who issued those anti-Semitic statements?
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, as I've said, this is a matter that deserves investigation, and certainly on the surface of it, it appears to be what it is. But before I make comments here in the House as to what has happened, and after investigating and being able to confirm what has happened and what corrective actions will take place, I'm not prepared to offer further commentary at this moment. But it's certainly an issue that is sad to hear about, and certainly for the many people who have been hurt by those comments, whoever made them. It is, we are sorry that anybody has to endure such comments.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've heard that this was related to a hack. Clearly, the social media bio of this individual states that she works for the minister, that she has conducted government business via social media. And clearly, this is a major privacy breach if it were to happen. We do have protocols in place for privacy breaches of this nature, which I'll table. So my question to the minister responsible for cybersecurity, has a potential hack been reported to his department? And has the appropriate protocol been followed and the privacy commissioner been informed of this potential breach of privacy?
The Honourable Minister for Cybersecurity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll echo the comments of the Honourable Deputy Premier is that there is an investigation ongoing pertaining to this matter, and at an appropriate time, when there's more information to be shared, certainly that commentary will be provided then. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on another question.
So if there is an investigation going here, there's clear protocols that need to be followed if this is a privacy breach. And if, as the members allege, there's a potential privacy breach here, I certainly hope that the government is following those protocols. The privacy commissioner needs to be informed of this. The RCMP need to be informed of this, just like a former Minister of Internal Services did when there was a privacy breach previously. So we need to know, is there a potential privacy breach related to this situation, and has the government followed the defined procedures and protocols to ensure the privacy commissioner has been informed, the RCMP have been informed so that Nova Scotians can know that we are protected under the situation.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Cybersecurity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And some of the elements that the member is pointing out, yes, in fact, if it was a government device or government account, that would be pertaining to that policy. However, part of the investigation would be to determine, in fact, if it is a government device or not, or if it's a government account. But at a time where it's appropriate to share more commentary on this incident, there will be more to say at that future time. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on your final sub.
No, this is a
New question.
New question.
This is new?
I think so.
Yeah.
New. Okay.
New question. Madam Speaker, we look forward to hearing what the results are of that very important investigation. I will move on to another issue affecting many families across this province, and that's that they're scrambling to find childcare. Wait lists are years long. Parents are quitting their jobs and not returning to work, all because of this government's inability to deliver the Canada-Nova Scotia Child Care Agreement. The government left $123 million in federal funds for childcare on the table because they didn't do the work and submit an action plan, and I will table that, Madam Speaker. This has been a common theme with this government. This government consistently fails to work collaboratively with other levels of government, and every time they pick a fight, Nova Scotians lose. Madam Speaker, my question to the minister is why can't this government deliver on the child care commitments that they've made to the people of this province, even considering the fact that so much federal money is sitting there on the table waiting to be used?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the opportunity to share with Nova Scotians the progress that we are making in the expansion of childcare across Nova Scotia, and also to clarify the question around the action plan. I'm happy to report and pleased to report that the Nova Scotia action plan has been submitted to the federal government, and I want to be very clear. We are leaving no funds on the table, and our progress on childcare is full steam ahead. Madam Speaker, this is a sector that has been under-resourced and ignored for decades. If I could snap my fingers and do this work right away, I would absolutely do that. But this transformation is taking time, but we are moving ahead very rapidly, and I look forward to sharing the details in 45 seconds.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, I mean, the minister, Madam Speaker, can look to this side of the chamber if she wants to see how you execute on childcare spaces just like that when pre-primary is brought into this province. Right. Thousands of new spaces for 4-year-olds. And here we are 2 years into this mandate.
And you voted against it.
This government promised 1,500 new spaces for childcare. This is impacting our skilled labor shortage. It's impacting our labor shortages. It's impacting doctor recruitment from one end of the province to the other. And yet we do not see urgent action from this government when it comes to creating new childcare spaces. They haven't even hit a fraction of their promised 1,500 new spaces. And I want to know, Madam Speaker, why that's the case.
The Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me say this. For families who are waiting for childcare, I understand the challenges around that. 15 years ago, when I was looking for childcare, I was on multiple wait lists, and at that time also was not assured that I would get childcare when I needed it. But Madam Speaker, we have opened over 2,000 new childcare spaces. Those are spaces across the province. Those are in places across Nova Scotia that have never had licensed childcare before. They are before and after spaces. They're infant spaces, toddler spaces, preschool spaces, and childcare and school-aged spaces. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, we have decreased fees by 1/2 for Nova Scotian families, a significant affordability measure that is making improvements for families across the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, the Minister for Service Nova Scotia will be aware that yesterday was a hurtful day for thousands of people in the province with the cut of the heating assistance rebate program from $1,000 to $600. $600, Madam Speaker, that's around the minimum that an oil company will come to deliver for, and now you're not going to be able to apply to be eligible for any more than that. Our constituency offices yesterday received many, many calls from people saying, why are they knocking that down? The price of anything else hasn't gone down. I think it's a very fair question. When this program was set a year ago at $1,000, the government said they were doing this because they were responding to a need. Does the minister think, does the government think that that need is any less today?
The Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We understand that Nova Scotians are facing tough economic times, and that's why we are responding to their needs in a number of different ways, including the heating assistance rebate program that is $600 that we opened yesterday, whether it be the property tax rebate for seniors that's up to $800, Madam Speaker, whether it's the Seniors Care Grant that our government created that's up to $750, Madam Speaker. There's not just one solution here. We're looking at the broad breadth of services and programs that we are implementing to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. I can also add the $140 million in energy efficiency programs to support Nova Scotians and to decrease our reliance on home heating oil. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Shabuk.
Madam Speaker, responding to their needs. To make matters worse, the government has also cut back by $10,000 the income threshold that makes you eligible for this to $75,000 a year for a household from the $85,000 it was last year. Madam Speaker, it costs $1,500 to fill your oil tank. Does the minister not realize how much people were counting on receiving the full $1,000 and how difficult, hard, and hurtful it is to have the government reach out and grab $400 of it back?
The Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I noted in my previous response, there are a number of ways that we are supporting Nova Scotians. I think if you tally up, the rebates that I did list off there, that's almost more than $2,000 in eligible rebates for Nova Scotians, and we will continue to look at ways to continue to support them. The Honourable colleague mentioned about some of the program differences from last year, but what I would note is that this program, the Heating Assistance Rebate Program, came in under a Rodney MacDonald government at a certain rebate and certain threshold. And 1 year later, Madam Speaker, the NDP formed government. Guess what they did? They cut the program. And I'll table that.
The Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
And Madam Chair, now we have two.
There is a lot of chatter to the left of me, so I ask that everyone please refrain from speaking for the remaining of question period, and let the members speak. So right now, I would like the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And now we have two governments that have cut this program, a former NDP government and the current PC government that has cut the HARP program for Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, this program was increased to, according to the Premier, support Nova Scotians who are dealing with inflation. And certainly Nova Scotians have budgeted their household heating budgets to accommodate this $1,000 rebate. Now that Nova Scotia has the highest inflation in the country, the highest increase in rents, and with power bills going up by 14% under the PC government, how can the minister justify cutting the HARP program while many Nova Scotians were expecting this and needed it for their household budgets?
The Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the former Minister of Health would know, while he was in government, he had every single opportunity to do something with this program. And guess what? While that party was in government, they didn't touch that program, Madam Speaker. We are the first government in recent history to actually change the program over 2 years. Madam Speaker, in 2022, we did a top of $150. Last year, we did a one-time increase to the threshold and the rebate to $1,000, Madam Speaker. And this year, we made changes to the program, which is 3 times the original rebate. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member, our Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, you got to love when this government pats themselves on the back while more Nova Scotians are experiencing food insecurity, while Nova Scotians are experiencing the highest inflation in the country, when Nova Scotians are experiencing a 14% increase in their power bills when they already can't afford to fill their oil tank. You got to love when the government, all they can do is point the finger and pat themselves on the back. At the same time that they've not only reduced the heating assistance rebate program, they've reduced the income threshold for it. So if you're a Nova Scotian who, in a household that was making $85,000, up to $85,000, you no longer qualify unless you make $75,000 or more. This is impacting working families, it's impacting young people and senior households alike. How can the minister justify changing the income threshold for this program when people's income is going a lot less further nowadays?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in fact, I can say that there's been 23,000 applicants that are very happy to be receiving $600. 23,000 applicants since the program started yesterday. I do find it a bit bizarre that the Honourable Leader is saying, do more, but at the same time, I guess I'd read a quote from a June 15th op-ed that says, most Nova Scotians would agree that putting a price on pollution is an effective approach to tackling climate change, aka, and end quote, aka a carbon tax to gouge Nova Scotians. And that quote there, Madam Speaker, is from the official leader of the opposition. Shame for saying we're not doing enough when we are supporting Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Temberley Prospect.
I just want to remind the member that there was a price on pollution for 8 years in this province, and it costed everybody 1 cent a litre at the pump while we fought climate change, while we invested in efficiency programs, especially for low-income Nova Scotians. But on to daycare. Daycare operators are now some of them, requiring parents to pay a substantial deposit of $1,000 per child to secure a child's place on the wait list. When the time comes for a child to start their so-called guaranteed spot, parents are being told there are no spaces available. This is a large barrier. Obviously, parents can't go on to all these wait lists that have significantly grown under this government and pay $1,000 to all these operators. This tool is not only making it hard for families with their hard-earned money, but it's forcing families to not return to the workplace, and I'll table that. My question to the minister is, do you support childcare centres taking deposits from families to hold a spot for their children?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. So the goals of our expansion of childcare in Nova Scotia under the Canada-wide childcare agreement with the federal government are to create additional spaces, to make inclusive, accessible, affordable, quality childcare across Nova Scotia. And the practices that the member opposite described are absolutely not making things more accessible or more affordable, so we don't support them. Madam Speaker, I can say that the one incident that I understood was taking place in relation to those kinds of practices, I understood have come to an end. I haven't heard from the member opposite in relation to this specific question, so if he has additional details that I'm not aware of, I'd be happy to consider those. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you to the minister, and this is question period. That's our job, to bring it forward to the minister in the public domain. These fees are something the minister said herself that are not in line with the goal of the inclusive, accessible, affordable childcare, as I tabled. We agree. So this government has options. Ontario has banned this practice for some years. My question to the minister today is, when will you ban the harmful practice of having parents pay deposits for childcare wait lists that are growing under this government day by day?
The honourable Minister for Education.
Madam Speaker, so I thank the member opposite for the question. I fully agree that question period is about asking questions, but I would suggest to the member opposite that if he was looking for an answer to the question or for some work done on the question, that the perfect opportunity to do that is when he learns of the issue, to reach out to the minister directly and not wait for question period to raise it at that time. As I indicated, my understanding is the one childcare centre that was implementing those practices ceased those practices. So to my knowledge, it is not still happening. But if the member opposite has other details, I'd be happy to hear about them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we hear from people in our communities all the time how challenging it is to find childcare, and from operators how they need support from this government. My question to the minister, does this government have any idea how many children are waitlisted at childcare centres around the province today?
The Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the further opportunity to talk about the incredible work that we're doing on childcare in Nova Scotia. So this is a sector that has been neglected for decades, and we are very excited and very proud to be doing work to expand access to childcare across Nova Scotia. We have created 2,000 new spaces across Nova Scotia. Those are spaces in places that have never had licensed childcare before. They are before and after school spaces. They are spaces for infants. We just recently in the members area partnered with a local operator on a demo site that provides childcare for healthcare workers around the clock, Madam Speaker. We are taking innovative steps in childcare to improve access for all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
And I'm proud of that announcement, because that's what we talked about when we actually negotiated the childcare deal on this side of the floor. And I would ask, Madam Speaker, that the minister table those 2,000 additional seats that she continues to indicate that have been filled in the past year. Madam Speaker, we've heard from operators that some of their wait lists are so long that they can be up to 4 years until some families will get into daycare, which means their kids will actually never be able to go to daycare. Yet this government has failed to deliver on their own goals that they've set out. My question to the Minister of Education, now that we are nearly at the end of 2023, how many new childcare spaces have opened this past year?
The Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I am proud to say that we have opened over 2,000 new spaces. We'll have new numbers for the new spaces opened in the recent months, and I'll be happy to share those with the member opposite. But this work is not just about opening spaces, because transforming a sector is multifaceted and complex. So in addition to opening spaces, we are supporting operators in a variety of ways. We are fully funding the increased ECE wages, 14 to 43%. We have improved ECE wages. We are providing operator grants to support their operational needs. We, in addition to that, have reduced fees by half. That is significant savings for Nova Scotian families. We have gone from a mortgage payment or a rent payment down to a phone bill or a utility bill, and that is a significant improvement, and we'll continue this work.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the Minister responsible for residential tenancies about pet evictions. This is the issue that pet shelters are speaking about increasingly, whereby landlords are introducing new no-pet clauses to existing rental leases as a way to get around the rent cap, in the words of Linda Felix from the cat shelter Spade A HRM. And so often, of course, the way this works is that tenants will move rather than be separated from their animals, and the result is that the door is opened into a new tenancy to which, by definition, the rent cap won't apply. So will the minister exercise his responsibility, his authority and capacity to stop this practice of pet evictions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So for the benefit of the House, anytime there's such a change to the conditions of the lease, the landlord must provide a minimum of 4 months' notice. What I would say as well, pertaining to the member's questions with respect to pet evictions, that a landlord, or rather a tenant, has the right to submit an application to the board to in fact determine if that change is reasonable, and that decision will be made by the program officer. But there is provisions within the Act that the change in the conditions of the lease can be contested at the tenancy board. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Additionally, Madam Speaker, not everybody facing a pet eviction has got a place that they can move to. So increasingly in the housing crisis, people are forfeiting, giving up their animals so they don't get evicted themselves. Linda Felix of Spade A HRM says that she has come to dread the end of the month because at that time of the month they get so many of these kinds of calls. So the minister has indicated that he is unmoved by the experience of those who are being dislocated so that they're able to keep their animals. Will he explain why he doesn't think people in this very difficult situation are deserving of the protections of the government of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
I simply refute that I'm unmoved by my response. In fact, I'm a pet lover myself. I have a cat at home that I'm very proud to have. So to imply in whichever way that I don't like animals, that's not the truth, Madam Speaker. Again, it's important for both tenants and landlords to understand their rights and responsibilities, and that's why through the department we will be embarking again this fall on public education awareness campaign on a number of topics, that are, including those that are brought to the floor of this legislature. But again, it's important for tenants and landlords to know their rights and responsibilities pertaining to pet evictions. And again, I'd remind members and all Nova Scotians that if there's a landlord that changes the conditions, including with respect to pets, so that they can apply to the tenancy board. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development said that failure to do their homework would have, quote, no impact at all on the availability of funding right now for daycare, unquote. And I'll table that. However, this government has not been able to do its job. They left $123 million on the table simply because they couldn't or wouldn't submit their plan to the feds. They didn't meet their daycare targets last year, and they've been completely opaque about what progress, if any, has been made this year. My question to the minister, what is the net gain of childcare seats in Nova Scotia since the deal was signed, in July 2021.
The Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So, Madam Speaker, I want to be perfectly clear. We are full steam ahead in transforming the childcare sector in Nova Scotia. We are continuing to make investments and continuing to make progress. We have submitted our action plan to the federal government, and we will leave no funds on the table. Madam Speaker, we have created over 2,000 spaces across Nova Scotia. Those are spaces in areas that have never seen licensed childcare before. Those are infant spaces, preschool spaces, before and after childcare spaces, because we know that the need for childcare doesn't end when children start school. But in addition to the creation of spaces, this transformation requires many other things. It requires work on the workforce. It requires support for the operators. It requires investment, and we are making those investments, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From a FOIPOP, we know that as of May of this year, there was only a net gain of 28 seats since July of 2021. That's childcare seats, not after-school programs and everything else, and I will table that. This is completely inadequate, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you we're all hearing from desperate parents who cannot find infant spaces anywhere in HRM. How does the minister expect parents to return to the workforce after having a baby if they have produced a net increase of less than 30 spots since they took office 2 years ago? My question to the minister, does she really believe that anyone would describe 28 net new childcare spots in nearly 2 years as a successful rollout of an important program?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for the question. I can assure the member opposite that it is not a net of 22 or 32 spaces, whatever she said. We have created over 2,000 new spaces. And Madam Speaker, the member opposite seems to dismiss the importance of before and after childcare spaces. And I just want to reiterate to the members of this House that—
Order. The Minister of Education has the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The need for childcare does not end when children enter school. So we know that we need infant spaces, and we've been creating infant spaces. We've provided additional funding to operators to expand the creation of infant spaces. We also need preschool spaces and toddler spaces. But in addition to that, families need care before and after school, and those are part of the spaces that we've created too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When trying to recruit new doctors and healthcare professionals to Annapolis, one of the biggest issues we hear is finding childcare. Since the government has failed to open new childcare spaces, our local communities struggle to recruit young doctors and health professionals. 61% of rural Nova Scotia is a childcare desert, leaving more families in rural Nova Scotia unable to find childcare, and I'll table that information. Madam Speaker, my question to the minister, how can you recruit new doctors and healthcare staff to the Valley when there are no childcare spaces for their kids to go?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I want to be really clear. I absolutely feel the pain of families who are looking for childcare. I have felt that pain myself. I have family members who have. This is a sector that has needed attention and investment for decades. 15 years ago, I was on wait lists with very real concern that I would not have a childcare space when I needed it. And so we know that we need childcare spaces to enable us to bring in healthcare workers and support healthcare workers. So one of the things that we have done is piloted a site now for healthcare workers specifically, round-the-clock childcare, to enable our healthcare workers to get childcare when they need it, not just during working hours through the day, 9 to 5, but overnight and on weekends as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I recognize when the minister says there was a pilot introduced in Sydney. However, my area has the highest unattach rate for primary care workers, and this doesn't help when we have no new spaces to attract them. So. You know, we've lost our emergency in Annapolis Royal. We are shut at our emergency in Middleton more than we're open, and I think this government should be incentivizing more young families to be working here in healthcare. Instead, they're failing to open up more childcare spaces in the Valley. Middleton only has 28% coverage rate for childcare, and that's tabled in that information. My question to the Minister of Education, when will we see more childcare spaces in Annapolis? And are these deserts considered when we finally get new childcare spots? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Madam Speaker, if I could snap my fingers and build those childcare spaces immediately, I absolutely would do that. This is a transformation. This is a 5-year transformation, and so I know that for families who are looking for childcare and for communities who are waiting for childcare, things can't happen fast enough, and I very much sympathize with that. I thank the member opposite for the question. I can assure the member opposite that absolutely the availability of current childcare is one of the primary factors that we're looking at when we're looking at where we expand and where we provide support to expand. And our goal is to eliminate those deserts so that there's nowhere in Nova Scotia where that is uncovered by childcare. And so that is a focus of ours. And I look forward in the coming weeks and months to continue to announce new opening childcare centres.
I'm waiting.
Thank you, Madam.
I'm waiting. Okay. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, welcome to the chair.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, a bilateral agreement was signed summer of 2021, and there were important parts to this agreement to ensure that equitable and accessible childcare was provided across the province to all children. The bilateral agreement calls for a central organization to be set up to ensure that an inclusive, cultural, and appropriate high-quality care is provided. And I'll table that. My question to the minister, why has the central organization not been set up yet?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So one of the things that I'm really proud of that has been very, very beneficial and helpful in our work on childcare that our government took action on when I took office, Madam Speaker, was the creation of our engagement table, because it was very clear early on that we needed to work with and connect with folks who are involved in the childcare sector as we build forward our plans to transform childcare. So we created an engagement table that includes folks in the sector. Those are members of I'm sorry, it's a bit of noise over there.
I have already asked just to keep the chatter down. I know sometimes you have to speak, but please be respectful to one another. I don't want to have to mention it again through this question period. The Honourable Minister for Education now has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've taken the great advice of that engagement table in prioritizing the work that we're doing, and we've been taking their lead and guidance as we move forward with this work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, it is important that daycare operators and ECEs are empowered to provide the best care possible for children, including ensuring that children can have culturally appropriate care. Once again, we are seeing that it appears this government is not meeting its part of the deal. My question to the minister, can she commit to a date that the central organization will be set up and support our workers and operators?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So our engagement table is comprised of people who are involved in the childcare sector. We have operators both from private and not-for-profit centres. We have ECEs, we have family members, we have experts, and that table has been invaluable in providing us with guidance around what steps we need to take, how we need to prioritize, and what we need to do to execute on this transformation of childcare so that we build a childcare system in Nova Scotia that is truly responsive to our needs in Nova Scotia, the families of Nova Scotians. So, Madam Speaker, we'll continue to take their advice and guidance as we move forward and deliver on the promises under this childcare transformation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. A recent report from the Food Banks Canada on the state of poverty gave Nova Scotia the worst grade in the country, stating that a significant portion of the population is struggling to meet their basic needs, and the province has taken minimal steps in 2023 to address these issues. I'm sure this failing grade comes as no surprise to thousands of Nova Scotians struggling to get by. When will this government step up and seriously address poverty?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. And certainly our government is concerned about the ongoing impact that inflation, interest rates rising, new federal taxes are having on certainly Nova Scotians. And we've rolled out a number of different targeted supports, especially for those that are in need. And so certainly we've increased the Nova Scotia Child Benefit both 2 years in a row. We've targeted supports for income assistance clients. We've created and enhanced the Seniors Care grant, and we'll continue to do it. We know this is a topic that is complex, and we know that we need to work with our partners and certainly across departments and with other levels of government, and we know there's more to do, but we'll continue to do what we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I appreciate the answer about targeted supports, it is not a strategy, and with timelines attached as well as actual targets attached. Unlike many other provinces, Nova Scotia has not released an updated poverty reduction strategy in 14 years. This was cited by Food Bank Canada as one of the key aspects leading to the failing grade, who criticized that Nova Scotia has no updated poverty reduction strategy and does not have a sufficient framework to eliminate poverty and low incomes in the province. Yes or no? Will this minister commit to releasing a provincial poverty reduction strategy, and when?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And reports from organizations like Food Bank Canada help kind of shape and frame, the responses and ideas that we will look at for those challenges that people are facing. We realize, as highlighted in the report, that there is more to do. And as I've said, our government is committed to doing more, and certainly we will look at all those opportunities over the next couple of months and over the budget process to support Nova Scotians and certainly our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not having enough childcare spaces disproportionately impacts women being able to go back to work. The $10 a day childcare deal is supposed to be equitable and accessible for families to access childcare and ensure more women in particular are able to get back to work. My question to the Minister of Education, does she not see how this government's failure to create enough childcare spaces, especially here in HRM, has directly impacted more women from being able to re-enter the workforce? Working mothers are asking me, what exactly is the holdup, and when will the $10 a day deal be here in Nova Scotia if it's moving at full steam ahead?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So, Madam Speaker, I agree with the member opposite about the reality that this transformation in childcare absolutely is essential to support women. It's essential to support women in their endeavors in the workplace and going back to school, in having the freedom to access childcare when they need it and where they need it. And Madam Speaker, this is transformational work. This is a 5-year agreement, and we are taking a sector that has been funded by a patchwork quilt of grants and turning it into a sector that meets Nova Scotian needs across the province, is tailored and addresses the childcare needs of our entire province. And this does take time. If I could snap my fingers and do it overnight, I would, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
So I just want to ask, what is the adequate amount of spaces for childcare that are needed in HRM currently?
Order, please. The time has allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers. It has expired. And I will now recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2, on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of order. The Minister of Education multiple times in her responses referenced 2,000 and 2,000 plus new seats into the childcare system across the province. She's referenced that number multiple times. I would ask that the Minister please table that information by the end of the week for the House.
I'd like to indicate to the member that it really is not a point of order. You can certainly have ask when you speak to the minister, but it's not a point of order in the chamber. I now recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just like the House and the guests in the gallery to realize how popular this group is, because I already got swooped in by the minister from the beautiful Chester St. Margaret's, and my leader almost tried to take this away from me. But in the West Gallery, we have a class of grade 12 global politics students from Forest Heights Community School. This is a school very, very near and dear to my heart because it is where I taught and was counselor for 6 years before I entered into politics. So I would like to give a formal introduction to their teacher, Abigail Parker. If she could raise while I say her name. And stay standing, please. And also her students, Grace Britton, Logan Colstring, Sean Jollymore, and Charlie McGinnis. If you could all rise and receive the warm welcome of the House. And tell Mr. Bizot he sucks when you see him next time.
I hope you enjoy your visit here. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank on an introduction.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to your attention to this wing to introduce to the East Wing, two of my constituents, Kirsten and Steve Boyce, and two visitors from Florida who happen to come in on a cruise ship today that are visiting, so Jim and Ann Sobel. So welcome to the legislature.
Welcome. Okay. I am ready to recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call government bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Would you please call Bill number 337, the Electricity Act?
Bill number 337, Electricity Act, an act to amend. I now recognize the honourable member, minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 337, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act, be now read a second time. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of my colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables, to speak about the intent of this bill. As you know, the Premier and the Minister went to Ottawa yesterday along with our neighbours from New Brunswick. They shared our clean power plan with federal partners. They've explained why it's the right path to meet our shared climate change goals. And they're on their way home now, having secured a commitment from the federal government to move our plan forward. That is great news for Nova Scotia. It's good news for our bright and sustainable future. And so is this bill, Madam Speaker. This bill makes small but important changes to the Electricity Act. They are necessary changes to keep moving our clean power plan forward. And while they are small, the world of electricity is technical. So please allow me to outline how these changes fit into the grander scheme of things. One of the amendments is a simple clarification about an existing provision. And this provision is something called a sleeved power purchase agreement. In this kind of agreement, a renewable electricity producer sells power to Nova Scotia Power, and then Nova Scotia Power sells it to a customer, typically a very large industrial customer. And what's different here is that the producer and the customer negotiate the price of that power, and then the minister approves it. While it can be any renewable, it's typically wind power that we're talking about, and so this is a low-cost option for these customers. Nova Scotia Power is just a go-between in this agreement, and they manage the sale and the delivery. This provision gives the minister the authority to direct Nova Scotia Power to enter into this type of agreement. To be clear, we don't need to force Nova Scotia Power into these agreements. They're working on this willingly for everyone's benefit, including ratepayers. We just need the provision to make these agreements happen. But we came to realize that the language about the minister's authority wasn't quite clear enough. So we're fixing that now, because we don't want any impediments to getting more renewable electricity onto the grid. We want to be full steam ahead. The same is true for the other amendment, Madam Speaker. This spring, we made a change to help bring more energy storage on our system faster. We need to store excess energy on the windy and sunny days so it can be used during peak demand hours. This reduces renewable energy waste and makes the grid more stable. And that's why we created a pathway in the spring for private companies to bring innovative new options directly to government. It will allow us to take advantage of innovations that are happening in this field and to do it quickly. While we work through proposals under that process, we want to give Nova Scotia Power a similar option to move quickly on energy storage projects that benefit all ratepayers. Usually, the utility would bring these projects to the UARB, and we're making an amendment to allow government to consider and approve the storage projects. Our aim is for speed to get all of these critical pieces in place to reach our clean energy goals. At the same time, we will not sacrifice the necessary due diligence to make sure these projects benefit ratepayers. I want to note that Nova Scotia Power has already received more than $100 million in federal funding to get this project started and keep its cost effective for ratepayers. This amendment will keep it moving quickly. The UARB will continue to play an important role of oversight for Nova Scotia Power as these projects move along. I'm proud to say that Nova Scotia is home to truly world-class research on battery storage. We have exciting work in this sector right here at home. We will use it to get our clean energy future right. Mr. Speaker, these are small changes, but every step we take, big or small, is one more step closer to reaching our goals. And we are taking lots of big steps too. We know that there's not a lot of time to meet our targets, but we will meet them. We owe it to our children, to our grandchildren, to make this transition to clean energy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time to stand up and speak on this bill. You know, this is a government that's been in for 2 years now, and obviously Nova Scotia Power has been very topical. It's been several bills that have come forward with regards to Nova Scotia Power. And listening to the minister's speech, you know, what I'm hearing is we want to change over to renewable energy. We want to be able to get the green energy. We want to be able to do the investments with Nova Scotia Power. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is the last time that this government introduced a bill, when it came to Nova Scotia Power, they said that they were going to protect ratepayers. And that was from the mouth of the Premier. He said that power rates will not go up, is what he said in this legislature. And yet, power rates went up 14%. There was a massive, massive round of applause every single time that bill was discussed, and anyone on that side of the House stood up and spoke on that bill or spoke about Nova Scotia Power. They talked about how they were fighting Nova Scotia Power and they were going to do everything within their power, and this piece of legislation was going to prevent those rates from going up. What we do know is that was not true. It was not true. Rates went up in 1 year quicker than any time probably in the last 20 years, a 14% increase. And what this government said was, nothing we can do, after sitting in the legislature saying, we're going to prevent that, we're going to protect ratepayers. So forgive me if I don't have faith that this project's going to go through. And the same minister that just stood up and spoke about this massive project that's happening is the same minister who's also in charge of the huge healthcare infrastructure program or builds that are happening that are that are actually behind schedule. There's no updates on them. We don't know where they're going. So how can we have faith that this generational investment into power rates and power is going to be on time, on price, have the resources needed, have the manpower needed, have the skilled trade labor needed, when right here at home, they can't do the projects that they've promised. So that's what scares me, is that there's big numbers that get thrown around, like $100 million. There's $100 million from the feds. I didn't hear any type of investment from the province. This is a government that will attack the federal government nonstop, and yet just stood up and said, hey, we're getting $100 million from the feds. They will attack the federal government and say they're spending too much and they're throwing money out the door. Their federal leader has bashed the spending nonstop, yet they just stood here and said we're getting $100 million from the feds. I think we need to, there's a few things we need to be concerned about. We need to be concerned about, obviously, the environment and finding renewable energy sources into this province. But we also have to be able to protect ratepayers. And the one thing that I've not heard from that minister or the Minister of Environment or the Minister of Natural Resources on any of these projects is ratepayer protection. We haven't heard anything from them about what is the impact on ratepayers. How much are these power rates going to go up? In fact, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this project and power rates, we just had a Public Accounts Committee to discuss this. Nova Scotia Power, actually, Mr. Speaker, you were there. Nova Scotia Power was there. I think the Ecology Action Centre was there. The department was there. There was another group there, Energy Task Force or something like that. And the ideas, some of the ideas that we heard, quite frankly, from the NDP and the government is going to increase power rates for working class and middle class Nova Scotians. And if you don't believe me, go back in Hansard and ask my question that I asked to the Ecology Action Centre and to the other members there about renewable energy, bringing renewable energy into this province. And one of the questions I said to them was there was an idea floated around about having a specific rate for low-income Nova Scotians. And part of that will be renewable energy. And I said, who bears the cost of that? And they said, all the other ratepayers or taxpayers. And again, taxpayers are on the hook for $100 million on this project. Now, ratepayers and 99% of the population is going to be on the hook for massive increases. We need renewable energy in this province, yes. But we just need clarity. Nobody on that side of the House, on the government side, nobody in the committee that we were just in could tell Nova Scotians how much this project is going to increase the rates, the power rates for Nova Scotians. Nobody. Nobody could tell us. And I think Nova Scotians should be very concerned when deals are being signed, when legislation like this is being passed, and nowhere in the legislation does it say anything about protecting Nova Scotians or ratepayers. Maybe the minister could get up afterwards and give us a little rundown. He said it's very complicated. These are very complicated things, and I guess what he's trying to say is the average Nova Scotian may not be able to understand it, so maybe I won't be able to understand it. Maybe the minister could stand up and explain to us and promise Nova Scotians here today, where they're spending tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of Nova Scotians' money on these projects. Will they protect ratepayers? And will they do a better job than they did on the last Nova Scotia Power Bill? Because since then, rates have gone up 14%, Mr. Speaker. When the minister stood up to speak on this, again, we didn't hear the word Nova Scotians. We didn't hear the residents of Nova Scotia, sorry. We didn't hear citizens. We heard private companies, we heard federal dollars. So again, that sets off alarm bells to me. When we have energy investment in this province, and the ratepayers and the average Nova Scotian is not at the forefront of this. When we've heard ideas come forward like this, and like the ones we heard from the NDP in public accounts, and what we heard from the experts is that this is going to increase the ratepayers. This is going to increase power rates for Nova Scotians. We're in an affordability crisis right now. If you're going to get $100 million from the feds on this project, I would argue that maybe we should also be looking at other things when it comes to renewable energy. There's a certain percentage of Nova Scotians that have the ability to pay for solar panels for their own residential homes. And this is all part of the solution when it comes to renewable energy and getting off carbon. And that used to be, when it came to solar panels purchased in Nova Scotia, it used to be 50 cents on the dollar. It's all renewable. It used to be 50 cents on the dollar is what residents of Nova Scotia got if they purchased solar panels here in Nova Scotia. It's not even remotely close to that. That money's dwindled. There's very little money left because there's such a huge uptake in it. So I would say if we're looking at finding solutions, we don't have to just look at the private industry and giving massive amounts of money to Nova Scotia Power and to different businesses. What I would say, and I've said it before and I'll continue to say it, is that Nova Scotians can spend money better, their own money, better than anyone in this chamber can. We like to think that we're in government or we're elected officials and we are the wisest people on the planet when it comes to spending Nova Scotians' money. But that's not true. And a big part of that money is being spent on power bills. So if the government is serious about meeting their targets, if they're serious about greening the system, if they're serious about getting off of carbon, you're leaving the biggest stakeholder out of the conversation. And that is the people that use the power. That's the residents of Nova Scotia. So I would say when the Premier is in, and it was referenced by the Minister, the Premier and the Minister, they're up in Ottawa discussing this deal, and it's all part of this piece of legislation. I wonder if they said, hey, will you top up or give us some more money for the residential solar panel?
Order. I'd just like to remind the member just to stick to the bill. I mean, we're drifting back and forth, but just stick to speaking to the bill. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Just for some clarification, I'm allowed to reference solar and wind power because that's what's being impacted, and greening the system and getting off of carbon. This is what this bill is about. So I just want to, okay, thank you. Just for clarification. So again, I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the Premier and the Minister, when they were in Ottawa, said to the Prime Minister and the Minister, can you do us a favor down here and maybe top up probably the most successful green program this province has ever seen? Not just top it up, how about you make it so affordable that any Nova Scotian can have it? And that is part of the way you're going to meet your green targets. For some reason, we become obsessed with thinking that these large for-profit corporations are the answer, and that in order to find the solution, we have to give them tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of Nova Scotian taxpayer dollars. And they are going to lower the rates, they're going to make the energy greener, and they're going to make less profit doing it. I mean, I guess there's a first time for everything, Mr. Speaker. The solar industry in Nova Scotia has exploded in a positive way. It really has. And the reason why it got so big is because solar panels, residential solar panels, became so affordable at one point. If you ask anyone in the industry, if you just go out tomorrow and you purchase solar panels and the equipment that's needed, first of all, the batteries are not affordable. But if you purchase the solar panels, the solar equipment that's needed at full value, and you slap it on your home, you're actually not going to get much of a return over the lifetime of those solar panels because they're so expensive. So that's where government stepped in and created an amazing program. And again, I don't know why this is not part of the solution, why it's not part of the greening of the grid solution. Why, Mr. Speaker, why all public housing? Nova Scotia, every piece of public housing in Nova Scotia, why are they not part of the solution when it comes to greening the grid and the carbon footprint? One of the things you could be doing is slapping renewable energy on every single one of those properties, creating jobs right across this province and giving power rate breaks to the people that need it the most. That's how you reduce power rates for people that need it the most. You don't transfer the cost onto the rest of Nova Scotia. What you do is you look to wind and you look to solar for a reduction in power rates for low-income Nova Scotians. It's a pretty novel idea. So I think what has happened with this discussion is we've got, and listen, the minister's right, it's an extremely complicated issue. I'm not going to stand up here and pretend like I understand the nuances of the loop, right? I'm not going to pretend that I understand the nuances of the power grid. I know that anytime there's more than 5 km/h wind in my community, the power goes out. That's what I understand. But I'm not going to stand here and pretend like I know more than the ministers on this, because they have the people around them, the experts around them. But what I do know is that if we are truly, we've come, and this could be clipped anyway, you want to clip it, but we've become so infatuated with greening the grid as fast as possible that we've forgotten the human cost of it. And what does that mean? That means if we don't do this in a responsible and meaningful manner, our power rates are going to, we think we have power poverty now. Our power rates are going to destroy communities and destroy families. And I'm not over-exaggerating, Mr. Speaker, because I see it every day. I just had, while we were sitting here, I looked at my phone after question period, and I had somebody reach out to me who's a small business owner who said, I can't afford my power rates anymore. What do I do? And yet, those people are left out of the conversation when it comes to renewable energy, greening the grid, and carbon neutral. Humans are left out of it. And I know the cost, Mr. Speaker. A lot of us in this chamber have felt the impacts of climate change over the last 12 months. We've felt it personally. But not just the last 12 months, the last 10 years, but I think the last couple of years, 3 or 4 years, when it comes to climate change, when it comes to the importance of carbon neutrality, I think even the people that didn't believe now believe. So it's important that we bring forward legislation that protects the environment, protects our children, protects our future. But we have to do it while investing in the people of Nova Scotia. And I will say, going through this bill quickly, I don't think I saw a reference to actual people once in this bill. And, you know, the government is saying we're going to do full steam ahead. And you know what? Kind of funny, Mr. Speaker. I don't necessarily disagree with some of their stances on full steam ahead. In fact, I applaud it. Because I think we need to act differently. I think we need to act immediately. And that, with this bill, I think the immediately part of this bill and quickly part of this bill should be people. And there should be short-term and the long-term investments. And I don't see the short-term investments. And again, I will say to anyone who might be listening to this, the way, I truly believe the way to help Nova Scotians, to help meet our targets, to help people that need it the most, help small businesses, help people that have been struggling. COVID kicked everyone's butt, but, you know, but really help people who are struggling with power rates and who are going to be the ones that are most impacted by the investments that Nova Scotia Power has to make, and inevitably they're going to put it on taxpayers, and inevitably our rates are going to go up, is give people a true option to go green. Give individuals an affordable option, another option. And if I could use an example, like a comparison, if you give me a little bit of leeway, I won't go long, I promise on this. But I'll give you a little bit of comparison. So right now, we obviously know that if you need power, you're one and done. That's it. There's one company to deal with. No company is going to come into Nova Scotia and compete. There's not going to be a mom and pop power company. We know that. It's going to take vision, innovation, and thinking outside of the box. Because if we continue to go down the same route, which is we're going to give Nova Scotia Power all the money, then we're going to fight with them, and then the rates are going to go up, and then they're going to tell us they can't meet their goals unless the Minister of Finance gives them another $500 million or something ridiculous.
Order. Let's skip. There's plenty of clauses in this bill to stick on to be discussing and stuff. Just remind the member to, even though through his analogy here, but to stick to the speaking on the bill, please. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'm getting advice from the other side of the aisle. I think that's the first time I've ever had that. Thank you. So again, I'll finish it up because I'm not actually filibustering. I'm actually, this really does concern me because we're seeing everything go up, and I just feel like, you know, leader after leader, government after government, everybody says they're going to do something, and yet here we are doing the same thing. And now we have a potential, who knows, in the next 2 years, a potential change in the federal government. So who knows what happens then? But I would say if we truly are concerned and we truly want to meet our targets, but just as importantly, if we truly want to make people's lives more affordable so they stay in Nova Scotia, so people come to Nova Scotia, so people invest in Nova Scotia, I think we have to give them the ability to produce their own power. And that's my own personal opinion. And the way to do that is to make solar and solar storage affordable, truly affordable. Maybe you take a $10 million or $15 or $50 million hit on, or $20 million hit on this. but you're doing what's best for Nova Scotians, and that's what we were elected to do. No matter what we think, we were elected to, some of us may think we were elected to represent a party or a cause or a this or that. We were elected by the people of Nova Scotia to represent the people in our communities, and I truly believe when it comes to power, this government needs to step up, reinvest in that residential solar program, and not just reinvest in it, but really top it up to make it affordable. Instead of investing in Nova Scotia Power, instead of in depending on large corporations, instead of depending on outside stakeholders like the federal government or even in-province stakeholders like the municipality, step up, make the investment, and do what's right for Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just going to say a few words about this bill to begin with and say more in Committee of the Whole and third reading. So we in the NDP caucus agree that this province needs to quickly and urgently look to incorporating more renewables into our energy mix so as to meet our climate change reduction targets. It seems like this is a good move. And it's really nice to hear, the minister, when he introduced this bill, talked about how the Premier and the Minister of Energy was returning home from very positive meetings with the federal government, and that is great news, especially given the bungled negotiations, I would suggest, with the carbon tax earlier in the year, Mr. Speaker. So it's good to see that this government is cooperating again and trying to do what's best for Nova Scotia. But when similar changes were introduced earlier this year to another electricity bill, we expressed concern about the expedition and the ministerial discretion afforded to the capital approval process, bypassing accountability and transparency in the decision-making around these important issues. So we are concerned about the overall trend that we've seen from this government, taking power from independent boards and bodies and other levels of government, i.e., that is example number one yesterday at the Law Amendments Committee. We heard from many members of the municipal government and HRM about a bill that is being debated in this session that will take away their power. And placing that power in the hands of this government, a single minister, or the cabinet. So this bill says that projects will be approved if the opinion of the minister is that it is in the best interest of ratepayers. That's complicated and concerning, Mr. Speaker. For one person to decide if something is in the best interest of a massive group of people is, without the need for consultation or public input or anything, or a debate of any kind, is deeply concerning. But it's not surprising, it's concerning. It's not surprising because we've seen it happen with a number of other pieces of legislation in the last year and in this session even. There's no information or direction on how this will be determined. Again, too much is left to the minister's discretion. So the bill is lacking in detail as to how the government will ensure affordable energy for ratepayers. And again, we are left wondering what is with the secrecy around all of this. Before I close, Mr. Speaker, I will also say, and this is a little bit to what my colleague from Halifax Atlantic was saying, that the bill does not contemplate much in and around the use of efficiency as a way of reducing power rates and as a way of cleaning our grid and reaching our greenhouse gas reduction targets. Efficiency, Mr. Speaker, is the #1 and cheapest way to meet those targets, and yet we are doing everything we can to put our eggs in the basket of producing more cleaner electricity and more electricity rather than demand-side management and using less. And if we could help people use less, then the province would be using less, would be reaching our targets easier, and people's rates would, not their rates, but their power bills would lower. And this would affect so many people in a positive way that are experiencing energy poverty, as my colleague said. I would like to see some real leadership. I know Efficiency One does a great job, but they could be doing, and we as a province could be doing so much more when it comes to efficiency, reducing our usage and our demand on the grid. So let's see a bill about that. We look forward to hearing from stakeholders at law amendments. Thank you.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it will be to close second reading, debate on second reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And although it's not contained in a bill, I don't think it needs to be contained in a bill, but to respond to my colleague from Dartmouth North I guess on the premise of her question for action, well, we are a government of action, $140 million worth of action to support exactly what the member just stated, to support Nova Scotians with efficiency improvements. Pardon? 197, sorry, I stand corrected by the Minister of Environment. So we are acting in that respect. I do want to thank my honourable colleagues for their comments, and I appreciate that they want to see clean, affordable and reliable electricity for all Nova Scotians. So do we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. That's why our Clean Power Plan is all about greening our grid, in a way that also protects ratepayers in Nova Scotia. There's far more detail in that plan than I can cover here all day. This bill covers two small changes in the much larger picture of moving our plan forward, and we will be moving forward for the benefit of all Nova Scotians. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to close second reading on Bill 331, I believe. Thank you.
Motion to close second reading debate on Bill number 337, Electricity Act and Act to amend. All those in favour signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. Order that this bill be referred to standing.
Bill 337, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act.
Perfect. Order that this bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 334, Health Services and Insurance Act?
Bill number 334, Health Services Insurance Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Speaker, I move that Bill number 334, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the revised statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act, be now read a second time. 2 years ago, we made a commitment to Nova Scotians, universal mental health and addictions care. That means no matter where you live in the province, no matter what issue you might be facing or illness you're living with, you can get the mental health and addictions care that you need for free as part of our publicly funded healthcare system. We were the first in Canada to make this commitment. With this bill, we are making history again as the first province in Canada to cement our commitment to universal mental health and addictions care in legislation. The Health Service and Insurance Act is the legal framework that enables the delivery of many healthcare services across our province. It is one very important way that we ensure Nova Scotians get the care that they need without financial or other barriers, a right guaranteed to all Canadians under the Canada Health Act. The Health Services and Insurance Act enables insured services programs like MSI, just to give an example. Paying private sector providers for public access healthcare is nothing new. We've been doing it in this province for decades. It's how we pay healthcare providers like doctors, dentists, pharmacists, among others, for the valuable services they deliver to Nova Scotians every day. And now, Speaker, with these amendments, it's how we will pay certain mental health and addictions providers for the services that they deliver on behalf of Nova Scotians as well. Mental health and addictions care is health care. Seeing a psychologist or therapist when you need one shouldn't be any different than seeing a doctor, a dentist, or a pharmacist. But it has been different, because people who could afford to pay for care are those lucky enough to have private health insurance. They have had for more access to mental health and addictions care than people who do not. We need to remove any barrier that we can, every barrier, and make these important healthcare services available to all Nova Scotians. Tapping into the capacity that exists in our private sector is one very important way. We're connecting Nova Scotians to the healthcare, but it's only one of the ways. We're also working with community-based organizations across the province. As many of my colleagues in this chamber know, play an invaluable role in our communities. Through CBOs, Nova Scotians have access to so many excellent resources, tools, and programs delivered by people they know and trust right in their communities that they call home. We've provided millions in funding to CBOs across the province in the last 2 years so that they can continue to do this important work and do more of it. Another way we're connecting people to care is by leveraging the capacity in our post-secondary institutions. A great example of that is the new pilot project launched in September to establish the Dalhousie Centre for Psychological Health, where people from the community who face significant barriers to access are able to get the mental health care that they need. The services are provided by clinical psychology PhD students with supervision from experienced registered psychologists. Projects like this allow us to fill a gap in our system while also shoring up our future by training the next generation of healthcare providers. We're also leveraging virtual care options, which has allowed us to offer brand new services and supports to Nova Scotians, ones that were not available before. For example, the counseling available by phone or in person through Access Wellness, or the cognitive behavioral therapy you can get with Tranquility. Both of these services and many more are available right now for free and can be accessed from anywhere in the province. We are tapping into all those areas: private sector, community-based organizations, universities, and virtual care. And in doing so, we're helping to address the gaps in care while also taking some pressure off the public system. A great example of our work with the private sector will look under an insured service program as our pilot project with clinical psychologists. Through this pilot, we are contracting registered psychologists to diagnostic assessments for autism and ADHD for children and youth who are on wait lists for these services. There are more than 1,700 children and adolescents waiting for assessment for autism and ADHD right now, and that list continues to grow every month. We have incredible public sector psychologists doing this work right now at the IWK and Nova Scotia Health. We ask a lot of them every day, and they too watch those wait lists grow. We are working hard to recruit healthcare workers to this province, but it's not easy, and it takes time. Time these children and their families don't have. They need these assessments now, and we have psychologists out there who can do them. Why wouldn't we tap into that capacity? We've worked closely with the Association of Psychologists of Nova Scotia and other partners to design a program that would let us test the use of service codes as a way to deliver mental health and addictions care, while also addressing this long-standing need in our healthcare system for diagnostic assessment. The pilot is limited in scope, both in terms of provider and service, the diagnostic assessment. It is time-bound to 1 year. Integration is key to this pilot and to our work overall as we expand the system. Our approach brings private sector resources into the public system. The waitlist for services are managed by the IWK and Nova Scotia Health. So when a child's name comes up on the list for assessment, the central coordinator can refer them to whoever is available. It might be in the public sector or it might be in the private sector. Either way, the assessment is the same, the process is the same, and the price for the family is the same, nothing. No financial barriers, just more access for more people, more quickly. Leveraging the capacity that exists in our province, in the private sector, and beyond is key. At the same time, government is making record investments to expand the healthcare system, like our 2 new acute mental health day hospitals, one in Dartmouth and one in Cape Breton. Our recovery support centers, 5 are now open, and there are more to come. And we're expanding integrated youth services across the province. The work is well underway now, and once it is fully implemented, we'll have a total of 8 community-based sites right across Nova Scotia. These are just some of the examples, but each of them supports the same end goal: universal mental health and addictions care. The amendments we're making to the Health Services and Insurance Act supports that goal too, but it does something else that is just as important. It positions mental health care right alongside physical health care, where it belongs, because mental health and addictions care is health care. Treating depression is no less important than treating diabetes. Treating bipolar is no less important than treating high blood pressure. And treating addiction is no less important than treating asthma. These legislative amendments help chip away at the wall that still separates mental health and physical health. Once passed, it will give us another tool in our toolbox to connect Nova Scotians to the mental health and addictions care and the health care that they need. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to stand and speak to Bill 334, Health Services and Insurance Act amended. We're happy to see this bill as long as it takes us closer to universal mental health, care, which is in the minister's mandate. However, I'm quite disappointed that there were very little details in this bill. There was no, we have many questions that I hope the minister will have an opportunity to address today or in his third reading of Bill 334. Some of these questions are, what does really universal mental health mean? And what is the dollar value that this government is prepared to spend on universal addiction and mental health? I didn't see any dollar value. How many hours of therapy will each Nova Scotia patient be allocated? What is exactly, when you say universal mental health, is it going to be just like the insurance company offering so many hours and that's all you're allowed per year? We would like some details if what is universal mental health to you and to the department, please. Second, in the minister's mandate letter, it states, introduce universal addiction and mental health coverage through legislation that guarantees every Nova Scotian's access to allied mental health professional. I do not see this in this bill. When can we expect to see that mentioned in your bill, Minister? Another question is also in your mandate is establish mechanisms to allow private practitioners to take on clients knowing that MSI will pay them a fair rate for services. That wasn't mentioned in Bill 334. We would like to know when and which allied actually, is this going to be psychologists, for rendered services? Again, this is not in this bill and there's no details whatsoever. Which mental health professionals will now have the opportunity to bill? Psychologists, registered therapists, psychiatrists, no mention of how we're going to offer those services at all. Mr. Speaker, we were contacted by the Nova Scotia Council of Registered Therapists this past year, who told us there are 491 active therapists in the province who could fill the gap of those looking for mental health help. We know the importance of timely intervention when it comes to mental health. And I'm really pleased that the minister mentioned the new pilot with Dalhousie, with the psychologist, but there is also another opportunity of 491 therapists are available right now. They are students who need to get their hours, and they're willing to do it for free as long as we help them with some operational and few things. But it is, again, another pilot that the minister could look at, and I have discussed that. Timely intervention when it comes to mental health is very important. In April 2023, in HRM, the wait times for access are 127 days. In April 2021, 2 years ago, when this government took over, it was 75 days. So, Mr. Speaker, the wait times has almost doubled. I would hope that the minister is listening to the therapists who are available to fill the gap now. And this is kind of sad to bring this, but had this service been available, it would have helped Nancy Saunders. It's Nancy Saunders' son. Myself and my colleague Brendan McGuire met with Nancy, who lost her son Ben to suicide in April of this year. It really breaks my heart to hear her speak about the challenges he faced in the mental health system. Ben had asked for help.
Order. I would just ask that the member refer to members here not by their name. You referred to the member for Halifax Atlantic by his name as opposed to the member from Halifax Atlantic. I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Yes, I apologize. So the member for Halifax Atlantic and I met with Nancy Saunders, and it was really very difficult to listen to her and the fact that she lost her son, who he was asking for help, and she tried to get him help, but he had to wait 4 months to see someone, and unfortunately, he took his life. And and I know there are many stories similar to Ben's story. He never made it to his appointment. If only we had quicker access, we may be speaking differently. I know the minister has experience in the mental health system, and I do believe that he and the department are working hard to fix the system, and I'm so grateful for that. If this bill will do that so that Nova Scotian, like Ben, do not have to wait longer than they can, well, it shouldn't be 127 days. Then we are in support of this bill. I also wanted to ask, I had some notes here from the minister as well about virtual care. He mentioned it in his speech. And that one, is that the one with 1 hour for patients? I would love to hear what are the results of this and where did the information go and how many of them were referred in the system and had to wait the 100 or 127 days to see someone. If the minister can give us some updates on that virtual care 1 hour session and how that money was spent and how useful that has been, I would really appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to the minister as well about Couch of Hope, whom I met with earlier this year. What a fantastic concept of having students who are graduating as counselors be able to use their practicum time providing early intervention for those who may just need someone to speak with. This program could be expanded to other areas outside of HRM, and they are eager to do that for us. I do believe that it takes more than one solution. And I am so hopeful that this bill would get us one step closer to that reality of universal mental health. I look forward to the minister's answers to our questions and to hear from the stakeholders at law amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer our preliminary comments on this bill. Our caucus greatly supports improving access to mental health services, but we do have many questions about this approach. The minister talked about a couple of the interesting pilots which are underway. One in terms of supporting private practice psychologists to perform autism spectrum and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder assessments. And another pilot where PhD students from Dalhousie University's clinical psych program are providing services. And I know that there were other initiatives funded in the last two budgets. It would be great to see the results of those pilots. So to understand what's been learned from those pilots and how they are being used to develop this proposed approach. And I invite the minister to share the evidence that's being gathered. I think the main question I have with this approach at this point is how it will actually meet the demand. So the minister referred to 1,700 children on the wait list for ASD and ADHD assessments. That's obviously just one piece of the weight for mental health services in the province. So so in that case, we know what the demand is. We have a sense of what the demand is. But what is the actual system capacity that we're getting from what's proposed in this bill to actually respond? So I know that psychologists have shared a number of concerns with this bill, and I look forward to law amendments where they'll be able to present their concerns in greater detail. But I think one of the concerns is by doing this, by opening up billing codes, who's actually available to do the work? And I think that's a really important part of the question. So, a skeptic could say that, this is fulfilling, an election promise, a platform promise, but, the actual fulfilling of that promise is in the outcomes. And it's in people having improved access to mental health services. And, in terms of expanding access to autism and ADHD assessments, I think, we can talk about the 1,700 people on the wait list, and that's a big number for sure. But I think, it's really important to consider the family's experience and the child's experience when they're in that waiting period. So when a young person is in school or in the community or at home and starts to have challenges with self-regulation or integration, different types of signs that maybe would cause teachers or parents or clinicians to start to wonder if this young person needs additional support and sort of what's going on. So, there can be lots and lots of meetings between parents and teachers about the challenges a young person, for instance, might be facing in the classroom. But without a diagnosis or without an assessment, in fact, there's no services available. The services are always stretched in schools, but it often takes years for people to have their assessments. And what those years look like for 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds and 10-year-olds and 13-year-olds, those are really important years. I would argue that those younger years they pass in a different way than perhaps our adult years pass. And so if a young person is having trouble functioning at school, it really starts to create a pattern of discipline, shame, school exclusion, class exclusion, and that exclusion can result in diminished academic results. And it really becomes quite circular. So when we ask children to wait for these assessments, we're really putting their lives on hold, and we're actually really compounding challenges. And so my question about this is, how is this actually going to solve that challenge? And so what's the planning being put in place between the demand and the service capacity? Because what I hear from a lot of psychologists, for instance, is there is no capacity in the private sector right now in Nova Scotia. So, if you try and, for instance, get a psychologist appointment throughout the Annapolis Valley, you're actually on a wait list. If you try and book with a psychologist here in Halifax to do a private ADHD assessment, which in the past, by the way, those are thousands of dollars, so that's why people don't pay for them privately. But in the past, you could often get booked in with a psychologist within, a quarter of a year. And that's not the case anymore. So even if you are so desperate and your child's school experience is diminishing so greatly that you need to have this assessment done and can't wait for the school-based assessment, you're often still waiting months and months, if not years and years, for assessments. So I'm just not convinced that we actually have the service capacity. I think this bill has the intent to start the road towards universal mental health, but I don't think we have the capacity. I would also like to invite, I have a few other questions. So, it's also interesting to consider what's been budgeted for this program over the next couple of years. That would be interesting for the minister to share. And how we think that budgeted amount into a private system where government would have less control over ensuring the services are available, over recruitment, for instance. So I assume that the government won't be going out to recruit private practitioners. So really is it, like, what is the cost benefit to doing this work versus actually building a more robust public service that the government would have more control over in terms of understanding where the need is, recruitment, retention, and those sorts of things. I also know that people feel pretty left out. I mean, this is a pretty common theme with this government. I don't even know what to say about it anymore, about tabling bills where you don't go talk to the people that are actually who the bill is about and who do the work. And so I know psychologists feel completely left out of these discussions, and they don't understand the bill is tabled. So I do think it's imperative for the minister to provide greater detail so that stakeholders, who are the people who are supposed to be doing the work, for whom this is targeted, are part of the conversation. With that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to speak in second reading on this newest piece of legislation, Bill 334, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act. And it's really an exciting piece of legislation, and I really look forward to learning more about the changes that are coming. We all know here in this chamber, and I'm sure the minister included, you know, when we talk to our constituents, the deficits and the deficiencies in our healthcare system, especially around services to help people struggling with mental health, illness, and addiction. So I really look forward to seeing positive changes in this. Some of the questions that I had in reading through the bill, other colleagues in opposition have already asked. Things like, what is the budget? What is the definition of universal mental health care? So, for example, in 5, it says 11.1, there's some points there, A, B, C, D, and E under 5, that I had some really specific questions around. Like A, it says the minister may determine the insured services to which residents are entitled. For example, the types or classes of insured services to which residents are entitled. So my question are, what are they going to be? Because there's no real clear definition or explanation. The extent to which residents are entitled to have an insured service. So in universal health care, traditional medicine, like with our physicians and nurse practitioners, their universal means there are no limits. So here when it says what is the extent to which residents are entitled to an insured service, I'm curious at what the limitations might be. So if you see a physician with a cancer diagnosis, it's up to the physician or nurse practitioner as a primary care provider to determine how often they need to see that patient. So I am concerned about, you know, will there be limitations on if a provider who's helping someone with a mental illness or an addiction, will they be limited in how often, how many times they're able to see a patient? And I think, you know, what really draws attention to this is when I received in the mail a while ago, and I think all Nova Scotians did, a little card that told us that we were eligible for 1 counseling session. And I think it was a good gesture. But most people that I meet, have met in my capacity as a registered nurse, if they are seeking counseling, 1 session is very rarely enough. So I was concerned, and I had others concerned as well, that there may be even of a more push to private care. So for example, right now, if Nova Scotia Health, if you use virtual health care, and if you do not get access to those very few appointments that are available through the government, there's something that comes up and says to the patient, you can access care by paying so much dollars, like you can access it privately through Maple. So one of the concerns I have is that it won't be truly universal, I guess, Madam Speaker, is that if somebody is in need of an ongoing mental health sessions for mental illness or addictions, that it will be limited, and then they'll be encouraged to use private sector pay. And this little card, recipe card size that I received in the mail letting me know, and all Nova Scotians know, that they had access to one free counseling session. It was through a private provider, TELUS Health. And so we all know the situation that we're in with the private company that's providing emergency ambulance services here in the province. So I am very nervous, Madam Speaker, about the province, the government getting into another relationship with with a private provider that, if we're not holding them accountable, are not going to be able to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. So just some questions around that 11B, the extent. What does that actually mean, the extent? What are the limitations? The circumstances and conditions under which residents are entitled to an insured service. So in Cumberland County, we have a lot of limitations and conditions. So my question to the minister is, what are these conditions? Will rural Nova Scotia receive the same level of care as urban Nova Scotia? For example, right now there is a mental health crisis line in Nova Scotia, which is a great thing to have. However, the next level of care isn't there. So we have situations in Cumberland County where someone might call the mental health crisis line, and too often there's another level of care that's needed, and the counselor on the other end of the mental health crisis line will say, gee, I'm really sorry, but you live in rural Nova Scotia and we don't have a mental health crisis mobile unit in Cumberland County, or really anywhere outside of Halifax, HRM. So there's nothing I can do to help you. So that's very discouraging for Nova Scotians that live outside of HRM. And so my question to the minister is, what are these circumstances and conditions under which residents will be entitled to the insured service? And certainly I'm hoping that that geography and where people live will not be one of the conditions and circumstances that limit access to universal mental health care. And again, under D, the extent to which insured services are insured under this Act. And again, universal should mean universal. If the person that should decide if somebody is done receiving care should be the patient and their healthcare provider, in this case a therapist or a counselor, not the government program. My question also to the minister is, who will qualify for providing care under this Act? Will they be licensed healthcare providers such as psychotherapists, psychologists, or not? And if they, whoever the providers are, will they be regulated? And if so, who will be overseeing that regulation? What will happen, I'm asking the minister to consider what will happen to the current staff that work in mental health and addictions. So, for example, in Cumberland County, we have Cumberland Mental Health and Addictions. There's an office downtown. Will those staff that are currently employed by the province, will they continue to be employed by the province and that service offered? Or will that be removed, and will they be moved into a more private sector that will be accessed through this program? There's a couple of other questions that I had on the bill. One is under number 5, number 11, I believe it's 3. It says the determination under subsection 1 may be retroactive to a date not earlier than September 1st, 1973. I'm just curious about that. What does that mean? So it's retroactive for 50 years.
I just want to remind the honourable member from Cumberland North that we will be discussing subsections later on, okay, okay. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my question to the minister is, why is this bill, why does this bill have something in it that is making it retroactive, or this section retroactive 50 years? Also, Madam Speaker, question about why is the Ombudsman Act involved, and how, I know there's never anything in an act by accident. So for some reason, the Ombudsman Act is included in this bill, and I'm curious why that is, and how that would be, why that is relevant. There's another section in the bill that's referring to the Justice, Chief Justice of Nova Scotia, and again, I'm curious why that is part of a bill around mental health and addictions, as opposed to someone from the Department of Health and Wellness or from the Office of Mental Health and Addictions. There's another part in the bill that talk about compensation, and I think it's really important for those details to be shared, and also talks about different compensation for different types of providers. Who will actually be providing universal mental health care, and what will their qualifications be? Madam Speaker, in Cumberland County, and from what I'm hearing from other people across the province, there's a strong need for improvements in mental health care and addiction services. And I do certainly hope that this bill is only the beginning of making improvements. We need improvements in the Adult Protection Act as well. We have too many people in our area that cannot access the mental health care services that they need. We do not have psychiatrists that are providing 24/7 call like any other specialty. And when the minister speaks about that mental health care should be valued and is just as important as physical health care, I would agree 100%, but we don't see that reflected in the care that's available to our patients. And I know in previous governments, the response that I would get is there is 24/7 psychiatric care and mental health care for your patients, because there are acute care beds and psychiatrists on call in Truro and Colchester. But Madam Speaker, the fact is those beds are often full, or there's no access for our patients. And our patients are being left behind in Cumberland County. We have family members that call my office and ask for help because they have family members that have lost capacity, they cannot take care of themselves, and they have no way to access the care that they need for their loved one. Too often, they have to go to a court and get a court order from a judge. Law enforcement will go to the home, take the family member to the emergency department, and the emergency room physician, again, not having consistent access to psychiatric care in another hospital, such as Colchester or another area in the province, often leads to the patient being discharged back home without receiving the appropriate medical care that they need. And then the family members are feeling completely distraught and, again, calling my office saying, what are we to do? And so I know that this bill will hopefully help people have direct access to universal care when they need counseling. But Madam Speaker, we need so much more. We need psychiatrists, we need specialists for mental health care available that can make proper diagnosis and treatment for patients when they are in need. And right now, we do not have that. We do not have that in Cumberland County. And there's too many people falling through the cracks. There's too many people in need, literally have lost their jobs, have lost their ability to take care of themselves due to mental health and addictions. And the effect that that's having on families in our community is detrimental. We're seeing a rise in domestic violence and other serious issues as well. So with those few words, I will take my seat. I look forward to learning more about this bill, the details, and we'll have more to say in third reading of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to speak quickly on this, whether it's a great bill. I'm glad to see it come forward. But from personal experience, I know that, and the minister referenced the fact that mental health needs to be treated as well as physical health goes. But a lot of times, many times you go to your doctor, which I presume this is going to be the same intake, the doctor just says it's in your head. Well, naturally, that's where mental health sits. So I just wonder, because sometimes it takes repeated visits to a doctor to actually get the help that you need, and I just wondered how this bill was going to assist people that need the help at the critical time that they need it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, it is to close debate on Bill number 334, Health Services and Insurance Act. The motion, I recognize the Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for some thoughtful comments and questions. I'll try to address just some higher level questions, I think. Now, I made some notes for third reading to kind of answer the specific questions. So I think at its core, this is really enabling legislation fulfilling an election promise for universal access. Certainly not the last step. I think it's the first and a significant milestone for the government and for the province. I think I heard support for, across the aisle, which is really great to hear. I think for this important issue. A lot of questions about specific services and disciplines. So we are in the process of finishing up a service code manual, which will identify the specific disciplines and outcomes and specific services with each specific service. So that's forthcoming in the very near future. Certainly I've had engagements with registered counseling therapists. I think that was brought up earlier by a member opposite. We also have had significant conversations with psychologists, social workers, and a host of other allied healthcare professionals. So certainly more to come on specific disciplines will be included in the service code manual. Certainly outcomes will be a critical part of any kind of pilot, for sure. The Center for Psychological Health at Dalhousie, for example, has an outcome scientist embedded within the clinic itself. So certainly significant work being underwent across the province. We continue to invest significantly in our former healthcare system as well in terms of psychiatric recruitment, in terms of acute mental health day hospitals, opening up recovery support centers across the province, and really supporting those living with addiction issues as well through comprehensive addiction supports across the province. So certainly I think ultimately this is really about removing barriers to access, whether that's geography, whether that's cost of service, or whether that's ability to pay. So certainly looking forward to law amendments in the committee of the whole House, and I'll address the remaining of the questions in third reading. So with those few remarks, I rise to close debate on Bill number 334. Thank you.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 334, Health Services Insurance Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 334, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act.
Order that this bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 332, Workers' Compensation Act?
Government bill for second reading, 332, Workmen's Compensation Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 233, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act, now be read a second time. On Friday, I introduced a bill to amend the Workers' Compensation Act to allow gradual onset stress to be a compensable injury. While I believe people deserve to work in a healthy, supportive work environment, unfortunately, that's not the case for everyone. We know there are Nova Scotians who experience significant stress from their work. I hear from them, my department hears from them, and I know that members in this House hear from them too. Today, there are appeals in the system waiting a decision on receiving compensation for prolonged stress claims. They are waiting for this anticipated amendment to the Workers' Compensation Act. These appeals are particularly concerning to me as minister because these are individuals that are dealing with serious mental health injury. We want to make sure these workers get the benefit and support they need. This legislation will make sure the workers' compensation system has clear guidelines to support these claims. Currently, workers covered by the Workers' Compensation Act can only be compensated for a psychological injury when it is an acute reaction to a traumatic event, and that's not good enough. Significant stress can accumulate over time for workers that can lead to a psychological injury that gets in the way of an individual being able to perform their work. This bill would amend the Workers' Compensation Act to make sure, or to make ongoing psychological stressors enabled for compensation, ensuring that the workplace insurance system has supports in place when people need them. I've heard from both Nova Scotian employees and businesses that they are looking for a better approach to workers' compensation insurance, including enhancing supports and benefits for psychological injuries. This change will ensure workers get the benefits they need and will benefit employers too by ensuring that they can return to work in a safe and healthy way. The proposed amendment includes parameters that identify what is and is not considered compensable workplace stress. For example, claims for issues such as labor relations, performance management, a change in job description, and termination of employment may not be considered eligible for compensation. Businesses have policies and internal procedures to handle these matters. Gradual onset stress is a prolonged stress outside of the terms and conditions of employment. Those parameters allow WCB to set policy that relates to workplace injury. Not everyday workplace matters, and these parameters are in line with other jurisdictions. Costs for the changes related to gradual onset stress will be based on the actual number and value of claims. Other provinces have not seen an influx in claims when benefits for gradual onset stress were introduced. These amendments would come into force on September 1st, 2024, giving the Workers' Compensation Board the time they need to prepare. The bill also increases funeral benefits for workers who have died on the job from $4,000 to $15,000, one of the highest in Canada, and indexing those benefits to the Consumer Price Index. This is the right thing to do for these families who are suffering a significant loss. It has no financial implication to the system. The department is currently leading a review of the workers' compensation system that will identify further improvements for the system. The last time it was reviewed was more than 2 decades ago, and workplaces are changing. The time is now for a comprehensive review to modernize the system and make it the best that Nova Scotians deserve. In addition, the department will also be launching a public consultation soon on the workers' compensation system, and in particular, workers' experience with harassment at work. Nova Scotia workplaces and workers will have their say on how the system can be modernized and how workplaces can be safer physically and psychologically. Adding coverage for gradual onset stress before the consultation was an easy decision for us. We have been hearing from Nova Scotians that they need protection for psychological injuries, and we have been falling behind other provinces. This government, our government, is committed to mental health, and this is another way that we are showing we support mental health of workers, and we're listening. Nova Scotians deserve to have supportive and healthy workplaces. When this isn't the case, we want to ensure they have a workplace injury system that supports them when they need it, for both physical injuries and psychological injuries too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much work needs to be done in mental health in Nova Scotia. I'm glad to see that this conversation is here today, but the need is growing rapidly. I understand the intent of the bill is to allow people dealing with gradual onset or traumatic stress from work to claim coverage under workers' compensation. It'll come into force on September 1st, 2024. This bill also raises the maximum amount allowed to be claimed for funeral expenses from $4,000 to $15,000 to be adjusted annually for CPI. This will come into force on September 1st, 2024. The bill also updates the name of the department, it's about time, to the Department of Labor, Skills and Immigration. The intent of the bill is good. We need to cover the costs for people dealing with gradual onset mental health or traumatic stress from work. This bill only takes effect in September 2024. It shouldn't take that long. I understand it's to get the board to do the work, but it needs to get the coverage that people need right now as soon as possible. Can it be sooner, is what I would ask the minister. Could the board work faster? The bill does not provide clarity as to what mental health services will be covered. The bill does not define what gradual onset means, so it's unclear what will be eligible for coverage. People deserve certainty as to what can and cannot be claimed, and this provides anything but. It's good that the government is raising the amount allowed for funeral expenses, but this should not be delayed again for a year to 2024. Is there any chance it could be sooner? If we are adjusting the amount allowed for funeral expenses for CPI, why are we not doing the same for initiatives like income assistance? And I direct that question because I'm sure the Minister of Community Services is listening. To those diagnosed with a mental health condition not associated with workplace trauma, will this bill protect them? Sometimes harassment at work is due to having a mental health condition. What I really want to know is if this bill is going to protect them as well. As the Minister of Mental Health said, treating bipolar is no different than a physical condition. I hope that those with a mental health condition can continue to work and be productive in our society. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. WCB is one of those areas that is near and dear to my heart, and the fact that the minister is right when she talks about it needing a comprehensive review. And this is one step forward. Our caucus is very glad to see. And I want to thank the minister and the staff for the work on this. Madam Speaker, we are the only province in the country that doesn't have these protections. These changes are going to be meaningful for so many people in the workplace. But there's lots of work to do. And I'm glad this government has taken this step. But I do hope to see those bigger changes in WCB that the minister talked about with a full comprehensive review, because there is an array of issues with WCB, and they're not limited to what I'm going to list, but these are a few of those problems that many face with WCB. Gaps in support and mandate for psychological health and safety, and again, as we're about to deal with this, is the onset stress claims. Inadequate subcontractor coverage, lengthy appeals processes, interactions with other benefits such as private insurance, and the GIS OAS, time limits for submitting claims, accessible earning caps, conflicting medical expertise. Madam Speaker, as the minister alluded to in her conversation about a full comprehensive review, these are some of the things that need to be changed in WCB. These are some of the problems that are facing so many that are causing a number of our constituents to consider MAID. I have a few in my constituency who are no longer within my constituency because they live in Dominion, but they are dealing with this on a on an everyday basis of if they can take one more step, if they can deal with this with the WCB problems one more day, and how it's affecting their health, their physical and mental, and their bodies are breaking down because of these issues, and many of them are just choosing MAID. It's sad. But it's changes we could make. We've opened it up. Here we are. We've got another amendment to WCB. We could open it up, and we could fix these issues. And while I have the minister's ear here, I'm sure, and I know the minister listens often to these issues, I want to draw her attention also to a bill that I presented in this legislature on automatic assumption for PTSD for child welfare frontline workers, Madam Speaker. And I hope she takes that brings that back as well at some point.
Order.
Yes?
Order. I'd like to remind the member from Cape Breton Center, Whitney Pier, to your comments are to be around this bill, not a previous bill that was put forward. Thank you. The honourable member for Cape Breton Center, Whitney Pier.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I assumed it was related, considering that the minister also alluded to this in her speech as well. So I was answering back to the minister on it. So I'm very sorry for that. The other thing I'd like to talk about that, with regards to this bill, is one of the we talk of the bill is discussing issues. I believe it says unless the conflict constitutes harassment or bullying, so that's dealing with things that are excluded from the workplace. And the one thing I would say that creates a healthy workplace and can avoid the gradual stress as well as traumatic experiences would be to not allow the misuse of NDAs in the workplace as well. In this, the bill also seems to exclude, it says it will exclude workplace stress stemming from performance management, termination of employment, change to job description, and interpersonal conflict, unless that conflict constitutes harassment or bullying. And I do not, the minister might correct me, but I don't think we dealt with psychological harm in a bill yet. So my question is, why were these things exempt when they cause a lot of stress and trauma for many people? When you are having interpersonal conflicts with people in your workplace, and yet we still don't really have a definition for bullying and harassment in the workplace. So how is that supposed, how do we exclude workplace stress stemming from performance management, termination of employment, change in job description, and interpersonal conflict, unless that conflict constitutes harassment or bullying, when we don't have a full scope of what psychological harm, bullying in the workplace is? So I'm hoping that the minister, in her closing statements, can explain how these exemptions in the bill were arrived at and how they're going to deal with the other exemption of harassment or bullying in the workplace, and who was consulted on them. So I also want to say I look forward to hearing from more stakeholders at law amendments on this bill, and I don't want to be seated until I again reiterate that this is a good step forward, and I look forward to seeing more steps on WCB to make positive change for the constituents that I represent, as well as for all workers in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to add a couple of comments. to this bill in second reading, and I first of all want to say thank you to the minister for bringing this bill forward, and I applaud her work. I know this has come up many times here in this legislature, and it is so needed. So through you, Madam Speaker, I just want to say thank you to the minister. I'm sure I'm not alone in this House that I have constituents right now that are going through very difficult times in their employment through WCB because the trauma that they've experienced in the workplace is not recognized and not being honored, and steps are not being taken to provide them with a supportive workplace. And I'm hoping that this is going to change with this bill passing. And a couple of my questions to the minister, through you, Madam Speaker, would be what steps will the minister take in the department to ensure that there is education around trauma, to help people better understand, managers in particular that are managing staff, help them to better understand the definition of trauma, the effects of trauma, and how that can impact people in the workplace. So we all know here in this legislature we can put forth the best legislation and policy possible, but if the strategy is not put in place to ensure that education is done once the bill leaves this House, and the proper strategy and steps are not put in place, then it doesn't actually create the positive changes that we want to see. So I'm hoping that education will be a very big part of this bill after it passes. And then my last comment is I will agree with the member from Cole Harbour that I echo her comments in that if there is any way possible of expediting this bill and moving the dates forward so that we're not waiting a year before this bill takes effect. Again, I'm sure I'm not alone, that I can assure the minister that I have people right now that are going through very difficult time in their life because this legislation is not in place right now. And the trauma that they've experienced in the workplace is not being recognized by WCB. And they're being continued, they're expected to go into workplace situations that actually trigger the past trauma. And that makes their mental illness or mental health worsen. That's not helpful. And we need to be doing all that we can to provide supportive, healthy workplaces. And I would love to see this bill happen sooner, as does the member from Cole Harbour. With those few words, I'll take my seat, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister for Skills, Labour and Immigration, it will be to close debate on second reading. Bill number 332, Workmen's Compensation Act, and Act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all my colleagues for their comments and remarks on this bill and for their support. We know that, as it's been mentioned, WCB is a complicated system, and it's time that we take the time to look into it and make further changes. So it has been said, but this is the first step, Madam Speaker. This is the first step to be able to make this particular change to include gradual onset stress as a compensable injury, but knowing that it is following consultations that will be happening. So I will make sure that the members with their questions get the answers into third reading, but I think it's just important that we acknowledge that it's, again, this is a system that hasn't been looked at in over 2 decades, so in 2002. But I hear from Nova Scotians, and I know everyone in this room also hears from folks who have experienced gradual onset stress, and it is now the time to be able to introduce this as a compensable injury. And so I do appreciate the support. We also have to work closely with WCB, so I do acknowledge, of course, the timeline is a concern for some folks as it's not fast enough, but we do have to work with WCB. Being able to enable this to happen, now they can do their work. They have to hire staff. They have their own consultations to put policies in place to really tighten up what happens next. So being able to work with them, that's really where the timeline came from. But I just want to close with some of those remarks, Madam Speaker, that it is the time for change. We've got new leadership at the WCB. The department is listening, and it's time that we go where this government wants to go and support Nova Scotians in mental health. So with those remarks there, Madam Speaker, I close debate on Bill 332.
There you go.
The motion is to close a second debate, reading bill of number 332, Workmen's Compensation Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 332, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Order that this bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 339, the Financial Measures Fall 2023 Act?
Bill number 339, Financial Measures Fall 2023. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I move that Bill number 339, the Financial Measures Act, be now read a second time. The Financial Measures Act includes a range of solutions to increase the supply of housing, grow the economy, and provide employers an option to improve the financial security of their employees in their retirement. The Honourable Premier has committed to reduce the provincial tax burden on new rental housing with an aim of encouraging more construction faster. This bill delivers on that commitment. Sales tax is an added cost to construction of new rental buildings, and with passage of this legislation, there will be a combined GST and PST rental rebate for purpose-built housing, such as apartments, student housing, and senior residences built specifically for use as long-term rentals. An incentive for property developers to lower their costs. The success of a growing economy has brought the challenge of finding housing for anyone who's starting out on their own right now, or for people who have to be in transition. We've already invested close to $300 million to increase supply, enhance affordability, and provide more housing for Nova Scotians. And we hope this measure will also spur more housing supply. Madam Speaker, to grow the Nova Scotia economy, we are expanding the capital investment tax credit to include emerging sectors in our economy. The capital investment tax credit is an important tool. It is also an incentive that businesses can use to invest in new equipment and expand their operations in our province. Our government is focused on nurturing innovation and local economies, and expanding this tax credit to include emerging industries advances our province on both fronts. Nova Scotia already attracts globally recognized companies, and these employers will create good jobs, create research and education opportunities, and help to grow our economy. Madam Speaker, this bill will make it easier for more workers to access a pension plan, so more Nova Scotians have peace of mind in their retirement years. Private companies will now have the option to join or transfer their pension plans into the public sector pension plan, or as I think what many of us call it, the government pension plan. They will be able to provide their workers with the opportunity to earn and receive a pension from a large existing defined benefit pension plan. The trustee of the Public Service Superannuation Plan has recommended opening the Public Service Plan to any qualified employer in Nova Scotia to grow plan membership and to continue to keep that plan healthy for years to come. Giving employers the option to join or transfer into the Public Service Superannuation Plan, which is a large, cost-effective pension plan, will make it easier for those employers to offer a defined benefit pension to their employees and help people plan for their retirement. The security that comes with a pension is something the private sector can offer to attract and retain workers. This is not the first time eligibility for the public sector pension plan has been expanded. This legislature previously passed the University Pension Plan Transfer Act, which permitted post-secondary institutions to join the plan, and the Municipal and Other Authorities Pension Plan Transfer Act, which permitted municipalities to do the same. These two acts formed the basis of many of the amendments presented in this bill. Something important to note, the Public Service Superannuation Plan is independent of the government. Let me assure this chamber that this bill does not create risk to existing members or benefits. In fact, the plan's trustees will ensure protections and oversight are in place to ensure any new employer who proposes to join or transfer an existing plan would not negatively impact current public sector pension plan membership. Finally, the last item that will be accomplished through this legislation is the extension of a tax agreement between municipalities and Eastward Energy, which some people may be more familiar with as Heritage Gas. Well, they are now called Eastward Energy, and this will extend a tax agreement between municipalities and Eastward Energy with respect to municipal taxation of natural gas distribution systems. Extending the agreement for 5 years means several municipalities will continue to receive the tax revenue while negotiating a new agreement.
Good.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand and make a few comments on Bill, I believe it's 339, the Financial Measures Act. This is fairly straightforward with respect to the 4 items outlined in this bill. Of course, the 2 most straightforward, which the minister just touched on, was the extension from 20 to 25 years for the Gas Distribution System Municipal Taxation Act. Again, straightforward, and I think there's no concerns with respect to that. And the other straightforward element, of course, is the expansion of sectors for the capital investment tax, and much needed in terms of updating other industries such as aerospace and hydrogen, etc. So the third item, the opening up of the pension to the private sector, I think on the surface of that appears to be reasonable, and finance staff assured, and the minister just assured, that this would not have any negative impacts upon existing members. I would be interested to know if government did consult perhaps with the unions who represent the majority of the members that would be in that pension plan. Perhaps they will have something to say at all amendments, or perhaps they're happy with it, but I just would be interested to see if there was any consultation to ensure that there are no concerns from current members through the representatives in the union. And then the fourth item, of course, which is the most substantive with respect to dealing with the important issue of the day with respect to housing, and that is the rebate on the provincial portion of HST on rental housing, something that we in opposition advocated to the government. Once the federal government made the announcement, we were a bit disappointed that the government did not follow colleagues in other provinces and immediately come to the table with that. But I guess there is a reason for opposition, in which we raised our voices and encouraged the government to follow Minister Fraser and Prime Minister Trudeau with respect to this important action with respect to the HST rebate on rental housing. This, I think, is one of the initiatives governments can take that is meaningful, and I think it is substantive and something that I think will increase housing supply in Nova Scotia. So I'll leave it at that for now. We'll see if there are any concerns that come up in law amendments, and may have more to add in third reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I will start with my comments on this bill on what's not included. So this is another session where we've come back to the FMA in the fall session, which is great, except that, you know, these would be perfect opportunities to have a chance to also review the spending decisions that the government's been making. So I think we're at something like $600,000 plus that have been spent without appropriate oversight from this legislature, and a Fall Financial Measures Act would be really appropriate in this. 600 million, sorry. I was like, I don't think I put enough zeros in there because it just wasn't enough. 600,000 we should even know about, but 600 million we should really know about. So we're well on our way to meeting last year's record amount of spending without coming to the House for appropriations. I know that the minister will perhaps wonder if I don't want spending to happen for emergencies or natural disasters, and that's simply not the case. There's actually a provision within the Finance Act under special warrants where government is able to act, but then also be accountable for the money that is spent. I've seen other models in the federal government with the creation of the crisis pool, which was created exactly for this purpose. So recognizing that there are times when government needs to act fast, right? It's in the best interest of whoever their constituents are, in this case Nova Scotians, to act fast, to mobilize resources, but still be accountable for that funding. And so if we're going to keep coming back to Financial Measures Act Part 2 in the fall session, I would really, advocate that we have a chance to review the spending that government is doing. The Auditor General has certainly made the point that the amount of spending outside of appropriations is quite extraordinary. I actually wasn't around when this government was in opposition, but I understand that the members were really enthusiastic about accountability and transparency. I guess I'd welcome some of that energy around transparency and accountability back, because the type of financial management is actually quite extraordinary, frankly. As noted, the bill would also allow private employers to join the public sector pension plan, and with an aim to better the health of the pension plan. I understand that perhaps public sector unions have not been fully engaged and do have some issues and concerns that they want to bring forward. So we do look forward to hearing from them at law amendments. One other piece of the bill that is concerning is that I understand the bill would scrap a provision that requires a provincial referendum on before the provincial portion of the HST can be added back to essentials like home energy, children's diapers, children's clothing, children's footwear, books, feminine hygiene products, first-time home purchases, new vehicles for the physiologically impaired, computers for the visually and hearing impaired and mentally and physically challenged, firefighting equipment used by municipalities. So I would assume that this is not a time when government wants to put the HST back on these critical issues, but I would invite the minister to clarify yes or no whether he is considering changes to these rebates, and if not, then why this amendment is present in this FMA. With that, I'll take my seat and we'll have more comments in the future.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for bringing forth this bill. And it's always great to hear the Minister speak about financial issues. And just a couple of comments. So the first one around the changes to the Income Tax Act. No concerns there, but I can't help myself but add in there, it's a great opportunity if we're going to open up the Income Tax Act to increase basic personal tax exemption and start indexing income tax brackets. These are two things that both the Premier and I believe the Minister had shared when they were in opposition that were important things for the government of the day to consider. Certainly, affordability is a huge issue facing all Nova Scotians, and one of the ways that we can help Nova Scotians is allow them to keep more of their hard-earned money. And by increasing the basic personal tax exemption is one of the easiest things that we can do. We have the lowest basic personal tax exemption in the entire country, which means that people are taxed here in Nova Scotia before anywhere else in the country on their income. And of course, we're one of only 2 provinces that continue to not index income tax brackets in line with inflation. And it's simply unfair, Madam Speaker, that Nova Scotians continue to not have the income tax brackets indexed. So I wanted to just to make those comments around the Income Tax Act in relation to this bill. Also, under the pension plan section, I'm just curious what led to this change. I'm assuming that there are some private companies that are interested in transferring, and I'm just curious if there's any concerns or anything that we should be aware of in opposition around that. I'm also wondering, I believe that the government had campaigned that physicians were going to be starting to receive a pension. I believe that was part of the campaign platform, and I'm just wondering if that's going to be part of what we're going to be seeing in the future. And also curious about our paramedics as well. I know that they are employed through a private company, but is that something that our paramedics can look forward to being included in the government pension plan? And then my last comments are around Part 5 of the Sales Tax Act. And again, I support my colleagues and support the government in this change. Certainly, we were happy to see the federal government come out with this reduction in HST to help spur on more housing. And we all know that there is desperate need for more housing. So I support this. I also can't help myself but suggest to the minister that maybe if he's opening up this Sales Tax Act, he could also be looking at other things with HST, such as the fuel. And I know the excuse in previous governments, and I've heard it here as well, that we can't do that because of the federal legislation. But here's an opportunity to work with our federal partners. And we all know that Nova Scotians are paying tax on tax. HST, 15% is charged on top of federal excise tax, 10 cents per litre, provincial motor fuel tax, 15.5 cents per litre, and carbon tax now, over 8 cents per litre. So it's wrong. It's just fundamentally wrong that Nova Scotians are paying tax on tax. And I believe it's something that the government should be looking at closely, and also something that people in this government have talked about before is the tax on used vehicles. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that the government should also be looking at that. And when you're looking at the Sales Tax Act, to be removing the sales tax and HST on used vehicles that are sold here in the province of Nova Scotia. So just a couple of ideas if the minister wants to make some amendments during Committee of the Whole. I think it'd be a great idea to add those changes that I just brought up here at this time. And I believe, I guess my only other comment with regards to tax would also be property taxes, Madam Speaker. People are paying higher and higher property taxes here in this province, and especially with the increased market value assessments, and they're paying tax on that. They're paying income tax on top of money that they've already paid on property taxes, and I think that's also something that I would encourage the finance minister to look at. In fairness to Nova Scotians, people pay enough tax. They should not have to pay tax on tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do rise to speak in favor of this bill. This is a bill that we called for as an opposition party. It is a bill that the province has taken the lead on from the federal government, who first announced that they would reduce the federal portion of the HST on new apartment builds. And so I first want to say I am thankful that the provincial government has followed the lead of the federal government on this particular issue. I'm thankful that they followed our call to introduce this piece of legislation, because I think this can have an impact on building more affordable apartments and attainable apartments here in Nova Scotia. We will not be able to do that unless we reduce the costs to building, and this is one way that the provincial government can do that, but there are also other ways as well. And I do want to, again, echo what I've said previously in this House. This is an example of what can be achieved when orders of government are actually working together to solve an issue of this magnitude that's affecting thousands of Nova Scotians, that is creating a real generational stress on the millennial generation, on Gen Xers who are growing up in Nova Scotia, who don't know if they'll be able to find an attainable and affordable place to live, or many of whom, 1/3 according to polls, are giving up on the dream even of owning a home here in this province. And so I will encourage the government to take this sort of disposition when it comes to working with other orders of government, because this is when this government has actually done their very best. This is when they have achieved things for Nova Scotians, and when they have moved forward in a productive way that I believe can achieve results. One concern I do have with this legislation, that's only happening for 2 years. I don't know if that's going to be long enough. As CMHC has said, we have to build 70,000 units in Nova Scotia, and again, those numbers might even be higher. 70,000 new units in Nova Scotia if we're going to keep up with current pressures. And I know all of us are getting this in every single riding across this province, from our urban centers to our rural areas. We are seeing it with the exponential growth in homelessness in parts across the province. Now, that used to only be an issue here in Halifax. And in the last 2 years, the amount of homelessness has actually doubled as a result of this. So I do not know if 2 years is going to be sufficient. It's probably going to take longer than that to build a lot of these units. And again, all the costs associated with building, whether it's taxes, the public infrastructure that needs to be put in, like pipes and wastewater that are borne by builders, costs of labor, insurance, the interest that is carried by developers. These are all then borne on folks that are buying homes, that are trying to find apartments to rent. And so we really do have to look at what the costs are with building in Nova Scotia and find ways to lower them. That is the best sustainable way that we can, at the same time, incentivize growth and development when we need it, and ensure that the products that are being built on the other end can be purchased in the market for reasonable prices so that they're attainable. I am very interested to hear what the NDP have to say on this, because I do have to say there does not seem to be a recognition from the third party that cost of building is a part of this equation or problem. In fact, many of the policies that have been brought forward by the NDP actually increase costs to building, which are then borne by the renter or the taxpayer or the individual or family trying to purchase a home. So I am very interested to know what the status is with the NDP support for this, because I don't believe, like the NDP, that we can just arbitrarily intervene in the free market and think there won't be consequences, nor that if we tax people more, that is somehow going to incentivize development or get affordable housing brought to market. So I do think the position of the third party needs to be made clear on this issue. And I do think more work needs to be done by the provincial government as well. I mean, one concern I have with how this came about, and with how a number of the housing announcements have come about in recent weeks as we've come into legislature, it seems very haphazard, very reactive to the headlines of the day, pressures either from the opposition or the public or the federal government. And if we are going to tackle this housing crisis, and again, this is a crisis, this is a generational crisis, and we are experiencing in the most acute form with the rapid rate of homelessness from one end of the province to the other, and we see it whether we're in Sydney, Halifax, Yarmouth, and everywhere in between. But we are also seeing it with the amount of seniors that can't downsize and get out of their family homes who want to. They're punished financially if they try to leave their homes because they're no longer protected by the property cap assessment, or they can't find an affordable place to rent, or there are no other smaller units that are on the market to purchase or rent. And we are seeing it in this next generation of young people who are falling further behind than generations that have come before us. And that is demonstrable in the statistics and what these folks are telling us on the doors. But if we are going to deal, again, with this generational crisis, we can't be dealing with it in this haphazard, reactive way, where the incentive seems to be to capture the headline of the day and to win the politics of the week. This needs to take careful thought, consideration, and strategy. We've got a number of challenges that are impacting our housing supply. Housing starts, again, under this government have gone down 50% year over year at a time when the population is increasing. And it's this government, it's this premier that said he's going to double the population in Nova Scotia. Everybody supports growth. We want to see that. It's key to our future success. But when you can't answer questions on how to house people who are living here today, what's the plan to double the population? We have got housing that's collapsing under the current pressures, demographic pressures of the system. We've got schools that, despite the fact there's been new ones and there's been expansions that are now becoming overcrowded very rapidly. And that's something that all parties can take responsibility for. We've got wastewater and sewage capacity reaching its limit in many communities who are prone and set for very rapid growth. And despite all these pressures, this wall that we're starting to hit with population growth, we have not really seen a robust strategy from the province. The premier has stood up and said, well, we don't need strategies, we need action. Certainly, we need action on this. And reducing cost of building is important, reducing red tape to development is important. But good, impactful action is informed by a good strategy. You don't have the generals that go to war without a strategy and are only focused on the action of the field, those generals lose. They don't achieve their goals. You have to have a plan. I think this government has even demonstrated in its own record that the best actions they take is when they formulate plans with other orders of government. That is how we're going to get somewhere. And instead, we haven't seen the housing strategy. This was due last spring. The premier has said they're not going to release it. I believe the housing minister has said today or yesterday that they are going to release it. So that's something that we certainly eagerly await. This government hasn't released the housing needs assessment, which inform us what the deficit is for housing in each of our municipalities. Why aren't we releasing this information? The student housing strategy that the government said they were going to do now, according to the minister, isn't even going to be released either. So, I mean, my concern with this, while I do support this bill, I think it's a good bill, and again, we called for this, as did the federal government, is that this is all about politics. It's not about achieving what needs to happen in the housing market or the rental market. I think without having further details on what this government's plan is, what the strategy is, what the plan is, I don't know that we're going to get where we need to be. And again, we've seen this government take sweeping authority over HRM, saying it's going to reduce the timeline for development. Okay, if that works, then we have a lot of concerns about that bill as well, because it doesn't seem to be well thought through. The government cannot answer simple questions on if that's actually going to reduce the timeline for building and development, or how many more units are going to be built as a result. And HRM has come out and said there's 11,000 units, I think, that have already been approved. Is this just to take credit for the work that HRM has done, or is this actually going to, see more units than that actually come into the market? So again, there's a lot more conversations that need to happen on this. Reducing HST is good. I do not think it's for long enough. We're not going to get these units built in 2 years. And again, we've got to build 70,000 at least in the next 5 to keep up with demand. So I don't know how, limiting this to 2 years is going to prove to be all that effective when we're going to need building after those 2 years as well to keep up with population growth, particularly if, the government does eventually produce a plan that suggests we can double the population here in Nova Scotia. So again, I don't think it's long enough. I think this is part of a suite of very reactionary policies that the government has brought forward that haven't necessarily been well thought through or informed by good strategy or planning. I certainly think that we're going to need to see more initiative and well thought out planning if the government's even going to achieve its own objective of not just reducing current rates of homelessness, but by ensuring that the next generation of Nova Scotians will be able to afford a home, afford a place to rent, and so that seniors can actually downsize when they need to. Because again, this is what Nova Scotians are faced with right now. The highest inflation in the country under this government, the highest increase to rents in the whole country. We're leading in these two areas. Highest inflation, highest increase in rents. And our housing starts have gone down, and we're not developing or producing apartments as quickly as we need to keep up with pressure. And it's not just, again, about the apartments themselves or the houses themselves, it's about the infrastructure that supports that. And we've not seen anything from the government to address that particular issue as well. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I'll take my seat.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance, it will be to close debate on second reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the members opposite for their comments. Would now move to close debate on Bill number 339.
The motion is to close debate on Bill number 339. Would you, Bill 399, Financial Measures Act, fall of 2003. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 339, an act respecting certain financial measures.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move the House to now rise to meet again on Wednesday, October 18th, between the hours of 1 and 6. And since tomorrow is Liberal Opposition Day, I'll turn it over to my colleague, the official Opposition House Leader.
I recognize the official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, for opposition business tomorrow, we'll be calling Bill 345, the Working Families Power Reduction Act, Bill 335, the Income Tax Act amended, and Bill 324, the Rental Supplements Act. Thank you.
Okay. The motion is okay. The motion is that the House rise to meet again tomorrow, Wednesday, from 1 to 6. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Before we adjourn, I'd like to recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm saying this to address everyone in the room. Tomorrow is Persons Day, which celebrates the act that brought enfranchisement to some women to allow them to vote and to allow them to run for public office. And to celebrate that, the CWP Provincial Secretariat, Kara Locke, our Assistant Clerk, and I have planned, oh, there you are, to invite all women and non-binary members to the steps, either inside if it's raining or outside if it's nice, to have a photo done, and we will be making a special presentation to our new female speaker at the time. So we would love everyone to gather at 12:30. We'll figure out what steps at the time, and we'll do a picture, and we'll post it. Thank you.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.